Learning.
Good morning, Dan and Tashani. In just a few hours, the House will be holding a vote to force the Justice Department to publicly release all its files on Jeffrey Epstein. This all comes after months of pressure from Democrats and some high-profile Republicans wanting the files to be made public. Over the weekend, President Trump urging Republicans to vote in favor of the bill, insisting he's fine with making all of the records related to the convicted sex offender public. The president said he would sign if it passes both the House and the Senate. On Truth Social, the president wrote, House Republicans should vote to release the Epstein files because we have nothing to hide. The House Oversight Committee can have whatever they are legally entitled to. I don't care. All I do care about is that Republicans get back on point. President Trump has repeatedly said he knew nothing about Epstein's sex crimes, despite he and Epstein being friends for some time. During his presidential campaign, Trump supported releasing the Epstein files, but then flipped, calling the investigation a Democrat hoax. Last week, Democrats released selected emails suggesting Trump was aware of Epstein's trafficking of girls. Trump has denied any wrongdoing, calling for an investigation into Epstein's ties to Democrats.
We have nothing to do with Epstein. The Democrats do. All of his friends were Democrats. All I want for people to recognize the great job that I've done on pricing, on affordability, because we brought prices way down, but they're going way lower. We've done a great job. And I hate to see that deflect from the great job we've done. So I'm all for it.
This is clearly a jujitsu move by the president in his continued cover-up of these files. He is already under a legal obligation to produce these files to Congress and has not complied with the subpoena.
A separate investigation conducted by the House Oversight Committee has released thousands of pages of emails and other documents from Epstein's estate, showing his connection to global leaders, Wall Street power brokers, influential political figures, which include former President Bill Clinton and Trump himself. Now back to today's vote. The House is expected to pass it with broad support. Dan and Tashani.
Jessica, thank you. Well, a U.S. judge rejected a Trump administration challenge to a New York law that blocks immigration officials from arresting individuals at or near state courthouses.
All right, the Justice Department filed a lawsuit in June to block the Protect Our Courts Act, claiming federal law supersedes conflicting state laws. The judge rejected that argument, ruling New York was protecting its sovereign interests in the face of undue federal interference. U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi said New York's law and similar measures in other states endanger the public. Well, today there are growing calls for the Trump administration to act to get heating aid to those who need it.
The Home Energy Assistance Program, also known as HEAP, is one of the many federal initiatives that had funding stopped when the government shutdown began. Roughly 1.5 million New Yorkers rely on HEAP to heat their homes. The shutdown has ended, but many are still waiting for their benefits to be restored. Governor Hochul says HEAP must prioritize as the weather gets colder.
Today, I'm calling on the Trump administration and all Republicans to turn on this heat, turn on the spigot, turn on the gas, turn on the power, turn on the electricity. Let's start making sure that people don't have to be stressed out all across America about whether or not their families and themselves are going to be cold.
A White House official told Fox 5 that HEAP benefits began to be processed as soon as the shutdown ended.
All right, we have an update here. City Councilman Chi Osei of Brooklyn filed paperwork to run in New York's 8th Congressional District. The close ally of Mayor-elect Zoran Mamdani and a Democratic socialist is challenging House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, who is the highest-ranking Democrat in the House of Representatives. When asked about Osei's plans, Jeffries said, "Come on in, the water's warm," inviting a challenge. While arguing over parking spaces and live events nearly ended the bid to open a downstate casino in Queens.
But it looks like Mets owner Steve Cohen was able to save his plan for the Metropolitan Park project. Good day's Briella Thomasetti. She's here with those details. And Briella, this is slight victory for Steve Cohen.
Yeah, you ever see those parking spaces, especially during the U.S. Open? It's a mess.
Oh, yeah, it's a mess.
It's
Like
unbelievable.
the buses, it's like grass and stuff out there.
Yeah, exactly. So I understand why there was some sort of debate here, but let's get down to the details because Mets owner Steve Cohen cleared yet another hurdle by signing an agreement with the Adams administration. The agreement largely addresses concerns from the U.S. Tennis Association, whose lease bans or restricts events in the area during the U.S. Open. For background, the Tennis Association owns the professional tennis complex across the street from where Cohen's casino, Metropolitan Park, is slated to be built. According to the New York Post, the deal respects the organization's superiority rights for parking lot spaces and prohibitions on other competing events and activities from taking place on neighboring lots, with the exception, of course, of Mets games at Citi Field during the 23 days the Open takes place in September. The development comes after the U.S. Tennis Association filed a lawsuit accusing the Adams administration of violating the terms of its lease on the National Tennis Center. A spokesperson told the Post that the group is not withdrawing its claims against the city in court. He told the paper, quote, "The underlying lawsuit against the city will continue, but we are hopeful that it can be resolved in a timely and amicable manner." Metropolitan Park is one of 3 proposals still in the running for up to 3 downstate casino licenses to be issued by the state by the end of this year. Other contenders include Bally's, eyeing to build a casino at President Trump's former golf course in the Bronx, and Resorts World, looking to expand on its already existing casino in South Ozone Park, Queens. You guys, how you feeling about this?
All right. Well, it could be very interesting for sure. They got a lot of debate. And they got the big decisions to make.
I mean, just a little over a month less until we figure out exactly which licenses are going to be granted.
Exactly.
Yeah, a lot of support, a lot of opposition as well.
Brielle, thank you. Well, let's talk about this one. The vessel in Hudson Yards is now in the holiday spirit.
That's right, all support here. The first ever holiday lighting ceremony was held at the vessel last night. The celebration marks the start of Shine Bright at Hudson Yards. That's the annual tradition of turning the neighborhood into a sea of twinkling lights. Approximately 2 million lights were installed all over the complex. And it looks like they got a choir out there that helped them bring in the festivities. Well, when we come back, we got more of your top stories, including a new partnership between hip-hop artist Nicki Minaj and the U.S. ambassador.
What's that all about? Right. Plus, Mike Woods, he's keeping track of that cold weather. It's cold out there as you wake up this morning on a Tuesday, just about 6:40. We'll be right back.
We know we can't change everything you don't like about shopping, but here at Stop & Shop, we're going all out to improve what we can.
Thank you.
We've seen you doing finger math in the store, but no more of that. You deserve a better way to save.
Heck yeah, I do.
With over 10,000 items always on sale, it's time we actually loved grocery shopping.
Justin, when was the last time you went on break?
I'm on break right now. With so many ways to save, good things are in store at Stop & Shop.
All right, let's take a look at some of the stories that we are tracking today. 5 members of Congress are demanding action and answers about a Bronx chimney collapse on October 1st. A boiler exploded in the basement of the Mitchell houses on Alexander Avenue. This is the Bronx. The explosion caused the chimney on the side of the NYCHA building to collapse. The congresspeople are concerned because NYCHA receives federal funding and they want accountability taken for what happened.
Well, Nicki Minaj is partnering with President Trump's administration to call out Christian persecution in Nigeria. The rapper is set to speak at a United Nations event in New York City today. UN Ambassador Mike Waltz invited Minaj to visit him for an in-depth discussion about what the administration is doing to protect Christians' freedoms all over the world.
Well, the estimated cost to rebuild Baltimore's Francis Scott Key Bridge has more than doubled. The bridge was destroyed and 6 construction workers were killed when a container ship rammed it in March of 2024. May remember that high-profile incident. The price range is now being put between $4 and $5 billion with an anticipated opening in late 2030.
Wow, that video is still so shocking to watch. 6:43, let's change the vibe up. Let's talk to Mike Woods. Mike, you're always talking smack about my partner here putting on his seat warmer. Did you wear a jacket today? Let's talk about that, tough guy.
Of course, I had to wear a jacket.
Yeah, we were talking about that yesterday. Jacket yesterday and even gloves a little bit.
You?
Yeah,
I'm impressed.
I brought them.
Did you even get the matching pair? Did you remember to wear the same?
They don't match.
They don't match? Okay. Next
I need a new
Tomorrow.
pair. I need a new pair.
Old.
Santa Claus. Get to work. But yeah, you're probably going to want a little bit of everything out there, even though, I mean, it's deceptively sunny looking outside, and that part we do have, but it's also cool, if not cold at the same time, with our mainly clear sky. So it looks nice outside. You step out into it, doesn't feel so great. So let's show you why that is. First of all, yeah, we're all sitting in the 30s right now, with some potential to drop to the 20s for a short bit. Places like Poughkeepsie are sitting at 30 degrees right now. You might drop down into the upper 20s. Same thing for Monticello, sitting at 32. We've got 38 out at Central Park, but there's also a little bit of wind coming in from the west at around 7 to 15 miles per hour, which leads to that wind chill factor down to around 29 to 31. So it feels more like around 30, just below freezing for us, just about across the entire tri-state region. That's why you could have put the seat heaters on if you're driving, or the extra layers for you elsewhere. High pressure's in control. You're still in good shape with the sunshine, but it's cold. And now we've got this area of low pressure, which is going to slide this way. Now, this time of the year, these things move quickly. So it's west of the Mississippi right now, coming into the Midwestern states. We got the rain during the day today. Clouds start increasing this afternoon for us here in the tri-state, and then by about midnight, the showers are here. Now, the heavier showers are going to be more in the mid-Atlantic regions or even the southern sections of New Jersey, but we're still getting clipped even in the metro areas for us here tonight into very early tomorrow morning before this thing heads out of town, and it will give us some light accumulation, maybe a few 1/100ths of an inch of rain up to a 1/10 of an inch of rain or so. It's probably all we get out of it around midnight until daybreak tomorrow, and then we're drying out for a few more days. All right, let's bring in Inez and see what's going on at this point with the commute. Good morning.
Good morning, Mike. If you're heading towards the George Washington Bridge, it's going to be about 30 minutes on the upper lower level. They are heading inbound. The Lincoln Tunnel, it's about 10 to 15. Same goes for the Holland and the Mario Cuomo Bridge. Looks good. Westchester bound traffic coming towards us, moving fine without any problems right now. You do have delays on the thruway, though. Then over on the Gowanus, things are slowing down from the Belts Merge heading towards the BQE. Dan and Tashani, back to you.
Inez, thank you. Well, efforts are underway at the White House to make it easier for international ticket holders to enter the U.S. for the 2026 FIFA World Cup.
Very interesting. Well, President Donald Trump met with FIFA President Gianni Infantino at the Oval Office. This was yesterday, and said his administration is trying to fast-track visa applications to help fans from all over the world come to the U.S. for next summer's tournament, the big old World Cup. 16 locations have been chosen for the matches, with 11 in the U.S., 3 in Mexico, and 2 in Canada. The competition will run from June 11th through July 19th. The administration also announced that because things have been streamlined, it will now take fans about 60 days or less to get a visa to come to some of those matches.
It's going to create nearly 200,000 jobs for America. Since the creation of the White House FIFA Task Force earlier this year, Secretary Rubio's team at the State Department has worked tirelessly with the Department of Homeland security to ensure that soccer fans from all around the world are properly vetted and able to come to the United States next summer easily.
Hey, and remember the World Cup finals right here at MetLife Stadium. They got 8 group matches as well. That means they're going to have a whole bunch of games around here. The 2026 World Cup draw will be held at the Kennedy Center in Washington, D.C. That's December 5th.
And hey, don't forget this. Fox 5, baby, is your home for the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Look for updates and features leading up to the big event next summer. And starting next month, Fox 5 will be airing a new show focusing on World Cup news and stories from around the country. You can catch the first episode of Fox's Locals Football HQ on Sunday, December 7th. So make sure you mark your calendars. Time now for some sports.
All right, let's talk a little bit more with Tina Cervasio. What are you talking about? The Knicks? Tina,
yeah, Dan and Tashani talking a little NBA hoops. Okay. New York Knicks, they were the only local team in action, pro team in action last night. Knicks were in Miami looking to beat the Heat for the second straight night on a home series. So this game had a frantic finish, though. Fourth quarter, Knicks down 8. Miami's Norman Powell hits the jumper to put the Heat up by 10 points. Then with 30 seconds left, Knicks now only down 4. Josh Hart gets the offensive rebound, dishes it out to Karl Anthony Towns. He hits a 3, cuts the lead to 1. Under 10 seconds left in the game, Knicks now down 2. Miles McBride misses the layup. Towns gets the rebound, puts it up to tie it. It doesn't go. It's no good. And the Knicks lose by those 2 points, 115 to 113. The Knicks are now 8-5 on the season. In the NFL, the New York Jets are making a change at quarterback. Head coach Aaron Glenn is benching Justin Fields and turning to veteran Tyrod Taylor to start under center this coming Sunday in Baltimore against the Ravens. And this move comes, look, with little surprise. The team is 2-8 on the season. Now, Fields did sign a 2-year, $40 million contract in the offseason with $30 million guaranteed, but Fields is 2-7 in his 9 starts with the Jets. Taylor did start one game. It was a Week 3 loss to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers when Fields was out with a concussion. And today, a very crucial decision will be made that could impact the rest of the Yankees' offseason plans. And the decision won't be made by the Yankees. Free agent center fielder Trent Grisham has until today to accept the team's qualifying offer. It would give Grisham a 1-year deal for a little over $22 million and keep him from hitting the open market. The career .213 hitter actually had a career year in 2025 with the Yanks hitting 34 home runs while playing 140 games in center field. If Grisham declines the qualifying offer by the Yankees then will get a compensatory draft pick from the team that would eventually sign him. All right, in women's soccer, Gotham FC is already in San Jose, California, preparing for their second NWSL final appearance in 3 years as the team vies to win the club's second league championship title. Gotham FC has been on a tear this postseason as the 8th and final seed in the playoffs, upsetting every club in their path. Gotham won Sunday's semifinal match on the road 1-0, beating the reigning NWSL champion Pride. Jaden Shaw scored the team's only goal in the 97th minute of the game in stoppage time to punch the team's ticket to the championship game. Gotham FC will now take on their fiercest rival, the Washington Spirit. And that match is this Saturday on a neutral site in San Jose. First kick is 8 p.m. And that is a look at some of your local sports headlines this morning. Good day. We'll be right back with entertainment news.
All right, you know what time it is. If you don't, it's 6:53, and it's time for entertainment news with this guy, Ryan Christopher.
Ryan Christopher, you're talking about an old classic coming back.
All right, raise your hand if you played Zelda as a kid.
Raise both hands.
You did?
Did it?
I didn't.
I played Zelda last week.
Did you?
Yeah.
I'm still confused by it. I don't understand the point of it. Maybe you could help me break it down. But this morning we're getting our very first look at the live action movie.
Now that I'm thinking about it, I
To
don't
win.
really
Nobody
know.
knows the point of Zelda. It's like the
supposed to
never-ending game, but
Just
it's
run
fun.
around.
It's entertained families for years and years. I mean,
Decades.
over 30 years. Yeah, over decades. So now we're getting a live-action Legend of Zelda movie.
Wow.
Now, Nintendo released these images right here showing actress Bo Bragason as Princess Zelda and actor Benjamin Ainsworth as the swordsman Link. We all know he's the hero. There's Link on the left. But other cast members are not known as of yet. But the film adaptation of the beloved video game is being directed by the Maze Runner and Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes, which came out in 2024. Director Wes Ball. Now, Legend of Zelda is currently slated to hit theaters on May of 2027, or in May of 2027. And the first Legend of Zelda video game that was first released back in 1986. There have since been 21 iterations of the adventurous game, and now a movie for the big screen. So stay tuned for some Zelda. And also this morning we're getting yet another live action, okay, but this one, a movie that we've already seen before. This one, Moana, but now the live action version.
What?
Here it is, yeah.
Yes.
There she is, Moana and Maui doing their thing, featuring Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson and Catherine Lagoaya, and Johnson reprising his role as the shape-shifting demigod Maui, and Lagoaya playing her character, of course, the titular character of Moana. Now, in this trailer, she performs the song "How Far I'll Go," which is an original from the first animated film, which came out in 2016. So 9 years later, well, it's going to be 10 years by the time it comes out, as this remake is set to hit theaters next summer on July 10th. Dan, you better get your tickets now.
Ryan, it's hard to overstate how many times
You've seen it, right?
I've seen Moana.
You know every
can
word,
imagine.
every
Sing it
lyric.
for us?
I would say at least 250 times.
250, wow.
I would say at least. Well, the one kid watched it every day for like a year.
How about
Anything to keep them quiet,
That's
right,
right.
Dan? Put it on.
And now you got something else to watch over and over and over. And also this morning, let's bring it back here to New York City, shall we? Let's get ready for the first Monday in May, because now we know this year's theme of next year's Met Gala. Get ready for this, as the 2026 theme is costume art. Here's a little preview right here. It aims to pair garments with objects throughout the museum to show how fashion is intertwined with various art forms. Now, the CEO and director, it's giving, right, of the Met, they say that the exhibit draws inspiration from the human body, so it is going to be giving body to Shani. So get ready for this, and that's what the CEO was really saying, that it's going to be a big focus on the human body, how it relates to art, and it is always, of course, on the first Monday in May, which is May 4th. So stay tuned. May the Force be with you. Come on. So much to celebrate in one day.
They're wrapping us up.
Yeah.
Thanks,
And
Ryan.
let's celebrate you, because we so appreciate you starting your morning with Good Day Wake Up. Stick around. Good Day New York is up next.
All right, Rosanna and Curt have a great show with actor Mads Mikkelsen. Do you know this guy? Oh, he's in the best action movies. And now he's got a new fantasy thriller. It's called Dust Bunny. What is that? Oh, man, Mads is in the house.
Why quits? From Fox 5 New York, this is Good Day New York.
All right, here we are Tuesday. Good Day New York, November 18th. I'm Rosanna Scotto.
I'm Curt Menefee. Thanks for being with us. You don't have to wait till tomorrow. The sun will be out today. But it's still going to be a little bit chilly. Temps in the 40s. Mike will join us with the details.
Also this morning, the House will vote on whether to release all files related to sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. This comes as President Trump changed his stance and urged Republican lawmakers to vote in favor of releasing the files.
New surveillance video shows the moment shots were fired in the deadly Newark mass shooting. We'll tell you what we know about the investigation as the reward is being offered.
Plans to bring a casino to Queens may be back on track once again. Mets owner Steve Cohen reached a deal with the city over the U.S. Open.
Plus, a price break for patients taking weight loss drugs. We'll give you the lower cost that people will now pay for medicines like Ozempic and Wegovy going forward. We were talking about this. Remember, like a year ago? I know, you can't wait. It is begging you to join it.
You know, it's a tool that we need to use. I don't know why some of us are reluctant to do it.
I know. It really is. I mean, if it helps you, I have no judgment. And everybody does it their own way, though.
Right.
And this is supposed to make it a little bit more affordable. Because remember, it was like $1,200, $1,500
and you
like a year ago.
couldn't get it.
Right.
And you couldn't get it.
Right.
Now it's coming down in price. Okay, this is good news. Mike doesn't need this, though, because Mike is pumping iron every day.
Yeah, there you go.
He doesn't care. But I've seen
He's doing it the old-fashioned way. I like it.
But I've seen him eat the donuts.
That's why he can do it the old-fashioned way, right?
Just do what you got to do. Exactly. Get out there and get it in. Anyway, hey, let's talk about what we have going on outside. First of all, it's another chilly start. Good morning to you both. It feels like winter is upon us here, and it's not. We got the sunshine, but we have the more winter-like temperatures with our temp now down to 37 degrees Central Park. So it's a pretty cool start, a little cooler than normal. Average low is more like the low 40s, but 36 in White Plains, 32 degrees for you in Monticello. The wind's coming in from the west side around 3 to 7. It's actually back down in the last hour, but it still makes a little bit of a difference, some wind. So the wind chill factors, 33 Central Park, 31 in Islip Bend, 35 in East Hampton. But it's a fairly clear sky for now, just a few high clouds in the area. And this is the area of low pressure, warm front that's going to slide to our south, bring us more clouds and shower chances by later tonight, giving us some small rain totals. Looks like the rain totals actually went up a little bit, up to around a few 1/100ths of an inch of rain, up to maybe 1 or 2 tenths of an inch of rain. That comes in after midnight tonight and goes into tomorrow morning till about daybreak. Today's high temp 47. Before those nighttime showers make the pass by, then we're good for a bit. All right, let's bring in Inez and see where we are at this point with the commute. Morning.
Good morning, Mike. Street cleaning rules are in effect today. Right now, we have a crash on the Belch Parkway. This is slowing things down. This is all westbound by Rockaway Boulevard. At least one lane closed. The LIE has a crash westbound at Douglaston. They're blocking a lane. It's a little extra heavy delays there heading towards the Cross Island Parkway. If you're taking the George Washington Bridge into the city from New Jersey, it's 30 minutes right now on the upper and lower level. At the Lincoln Tunnel, we have about a 10-15 minute delay. Same goes for the Holland. Now with the rails, we have a service change with the 4 and 5 trains. Downtown trains, local service only between 125th and Union Square. So expect delays with the 6 train since they're sharing that track. And this is all because of a train's brakes that were activated. Everything else with the rails running on or close. Curt and Rosanna, back to you.
Hey, thank you so much, Inez. The U.S. House is expected to vote today to release the Jeffrey Epstein files.
And President Trump is now urging Republicans to vote in favor of the release. Jessica Formoso joins us now with the details as we get closer to the vote. Jessica.
Good morning, Curt and Rosanna. In just a few hours, the House will be holding a vote to force the Justice Department to publicly release all its files on Jeffrey Epstein. This comes after months of pressure from Democrats and some high-profile Republicans wanting the files to be made public. Over the weekend, President Trump urging Republicans to vote in favor of the bill, insisting he's fine with making all of the records related to the convicted sex offender public. The president said he would sign it if it passes both chambers of Congress. On Truth Social, President Trump wrote, House Republicans should vote to release the Epstein files because we have nothing to hide. The House Oversight Committee can have whatever they are legally entitled to. I don't care. All I do care about is that Republicans get back on point. President Trump has repeatedly said he knew nothing about Epstein's sex crimes, despite he and Epstein being friends for some time. During his presidential campaign, Trump supported releasing the Epstein files, but then flipped, calling the investigation a Democrat hoax. Last week, Democrats released selected emails suggesting Trump was aware of Epstein's trafficking of girls. Trump has denied any wrongdoing, calling for an investigation into Epstein's ties to Democrats.
We have nothing to do with Epstein. The Democrats do. All of his friends were Democrats. All I want for people to recognize the great job that I've done on pricing, on affordability, because we brought prices way down, but they're going way lower. We've done a great job. And I hate to see that deflect from the great job we've done. So I'm all for it.
This is clearly a jujitsu move by the president in his continued cover-up of these files. He is already under a legal obligation to produce these files to Congress and has not complied with the subpoena.
A separate investigation conducted by the House Oversight Committee has released thousands of pages of emails and other documents from Epstein's estate showing his connection to global leaders, Wall Street power brokers, influential political figures, which include former President Bill Clinton and Trump himself. Now, back to today's vote. The House is expected to pass it with broad support. Rosanna?
Okay, thank you so much, Jessica. Meanwhile, a federal judge says the Justice Department made serious mistakes in the case against former FBI Director James Comey. The judge said the indictment against Mr. Comey relied on misstatements of the law and made use of potentially privileged communications. He also noted unexplained gaps in the grand jury transcript and ordered the DOJ to hand over all grand jury materials to Comey's lawyers. Another judge temporarily paused that order until the government has a chance to object. Mr. Comey is charged with lying to Congress. He has pled not guilty.
Well, a story that's developing at the United Nations, where the Security Council approved a U.S. peace plan for Gaza. It authorizes an international stabilization force to provide security in the region and a possible future path to an independent Palestinian state. The proposal calls for a yet-to-be-established Board of Peace as a transitional authority that President Trump would head. Hamas opposed the resolution, saying it does not meet the Palestinian people's political and humanitarian demands and rights. And the suspects involved in Saturday's deadly shooting in Newark, New Jersey, remain on the loose this morning.
Police identified the victims yesterday as Jordan Garcia, 10 years old, and Kaya May Scott, 21. 3 other people were brought to the hospital with wounds in this shooting that happened at Chancellor Avenue and Leslie Street. Those include an 11-year-old boy who we've now learned is Garcia's brother and is currently in stable condition. Massey Rogers, 19 years old, in critical condition, and Shepard Miller, 60 years old, in stable condition. The mayor of Newark, Ross Baraka, discussed his visit to Chancellor Avenue School, where students and staff were in mourning.
Watching kids come out of the classroom crying was very difficult for me. Very, very difficult as a father, as a man in this city, and very difficult as the mayor. As the prosecutor pointed out, we've been working tirelessly and endlessly to make sure violence is reduced in the city. But these incidents make it clear that there's a lot more work to be done.
There is a $10,000 reward being offered for any information leading to the arrest of these people.
A large fire destroyed at least 3 houses in Roselle, New Jersey last night. The flames broke out around 5 in the evening on East 9th Street near Chandler Avenue, and it quickly grew to 5 alarms while spreading to 2 more homes. No civilians were injured, but 1 firefighter was treated for smoke inhalation. More than 24 residents were displaced by the fire. The cause still under investigation. All right, when we come back here on Good Day, a plan to bring a casino to Queens is moving forward once again. This after Mets owner Steve Cohen reached a deal with the city.
Well, the plan is facing a lawsuit brought on by the U.S. Tennis Association. Briella Tomasetti has the information right now. What's going on, Briella?
Yeah, Rosanna and Curt, Mets owner Steve Cohen cleared yet another hurdle by signing an agreement with the Adams administration. That deal largely addresses concerns from the U.S. Tennis Association, whose lease bans or restricts events in the area area during the U.S. Open. For background, the Tennis Association owns a professional tennis complex across the street from where Cohen's casino, Metropolitan Park, is slated to be built. According to the New York Post, the deal respects the organization's superiority rights for parking lot spaces and prohibitions on other competing events and activities from taking place on neighboring lots, with the exception of Mets games at Citi Field during the 23 days the U.S. Open takes place in September. The development comes after the U.S. Tennis Association filed a lawsuit accusing the Adams administration of violating the terms of its lease on the National Tennis Center. A spokesperson told the Post that the group is not withdrawing its claims against the city in court. He told the paper, quote, "The underlying lawsuit against the city will continue, but we are hopeful that it can be resolved in a timely and amicable manner." Metropolitan Park, by the way, is one of 3 proposals still in the running for up to 3 downstate casino licenses to be issued by the state by the end of this year. Other contenders include Bally's, eyeing to build a casino at President Trump's former golf course in the Bronx, and Resorts World, looking to expand on its already existing casino in South Ozone Park. And the state has to make a decision on this by December 1st to issue the licenses, Rosanna and Curt, by the 31st. Back to you.
Okay, keeping an eye on things this morning. Still ahead, Mayor-elect Mondani reaches out to the White House to set up a meeting with President Trump.
And Sean Diddy Combs is facing new allegations. We'll give you the details on the investigation with new sexual assault claims.
Plus, the price of some weight loss drugs are going down. The new offer from the makers of Ozempic and Wegovy when Good Day returns. Oh, what a night last night at the Vessel in Hudson Yards. It's now in the holiday spirit.
The first ever holiday lighting ceremony was held at the Vessel last night. The celebration marks the start of Shine Bright at Hudson Yards. That's the annual tradition of turning the neighborhood into a sea of twinkling lights. Approximately 2 million lights were installed all over the complex. You can go down there and see them each and every night for the holiday season.
Oh, that looked like a fun little event last night.
It was.
Did you
or
go?
At least it appears to be.
Did you go? Yeah.
Yeah.
It was. I think it was right in our wheelhouse. It was around 6:30, 7 o'clock. I just,
Yeah.
I had things to do. I had to get ready for today. I had a lot of stuff to go on.
We were doing in-depth research,
last
getting ready
night.
for today.
We got a lot of guests coming up on our show
Oh,
today.
yeah.
You do?
And we had a lot of Googling to do last night.
Well, you get some homework in.
But you learn not to trust everything you see online. That's the other line, too.
Because your guests will call you right out.
Yeah,
on the air.
For sure. And
That's
rightfully so.
happened.
And rightfully so. All right.
Anyway,
let's talk about this weather here. And this we talked holiday season, so this is the kind of weather you get.
Exactly. Winter's trying to kick in here. And, we have, can't believe that Thanksgiving is next week.
I know.
It's kind
But
of crazy.
doesn't it feel late, though?
It feels early to me. I don't know. It feels like it snuck up too quick for me in the bottom line. Exactly. Didn't we just get here?
Middle of November. That's what it is.
I know, but like
November's
3
going
days
fast.
later is December. It's like really late.
Yeah, and then I'm going to ask Mrs. Claus when Christmas is. I'm pretty sure she.
Listen, you're
got
getting
finger on the
cold.
pulse.
I already heard that.
Don't worry about it. Exactly. And I'll turn it into a diamond. Here. First of all, weather-wise for us here, we're doing pretty well here. We got the sunshine out there. Let's show you what's normal for you today. So the normal high temp for today. So we are a little bit below normal. The normal high temp is 53. We'll make it up to 47 for our high this afternoon. So we're coming in shy. We're not setting records, but it's still going to be a decent day. It starts off with the sunshine, as we have here right now, but there are clouds off to the west of us, and eventually some showers will come through, but they got a long ways to go before they get here, but it just doesn't take that long because things this time of the year, the jet stream sweeps them along. So it'll be here by about midnight tonight. We've got 37 in Central Park right now, 36 degrees in White Plains, so it's a little cool, a little breezy too. Wind speed actually came down to around 3 to 7 miles per hour, so it's less than what we had even a couple of hours ago, but it still makes it feel like 33 Central Park, 25 degrees for you in Monticello. As we go forward through the day, yes, the clouds are thickening. Rain chances not so much there during the day, but as more as we head toward midnight, boom, there's the showers shifting in. It's an area of low pressure passing to the south of us, but it gets close enough that we got some light to moderate showers that kick in by later on as we head toward midnight tonight and into tomorrow morning. During the morning commute, looks like that rain could be a little substantial for you. It's mostly over the central and southern sections of New Jersey, but it is into the metro areas as well. So yes, tomorrow morning's commute does look like it's going to be on the wet side and cool as well. And then things will gradually clear out later in the afternoon for you Wednesday into Thursday. Rain totals coming out of it. Well, these numbers actually popped up a little bit. It was down to just a few 100ths of an inch of rain. Now it looks like it's more like 0.14 to about a quarter of an inch of rain coming through here, which is a little something out there to deal with. Again, that's for tomorrow morning's commute. Your high gets up to 47. Clouds thicken through the day. Then the rain chances pick up tonight and into tomorrow morning. It's going to be another cool and damp one for you tomorrow morning. High goes up to 47 tomorrow. It looks like it dries out after sunrise tomorrow, and it stays dry till we get to nighttime for you Friday into Saturday. All right, let's take you over to Inez and see how things are looking at this point with the commute. Good morning.
Good morning, Mike. Street cleaning rules are in effect. Things are looking okay. We have a crash on the LIA right now, westbound by Douglaston. That's blocking a lane. The Belt Parkway also has an accident. This one's westbound by Rockaway Boulevard. If you're heading towards the Mario Cuomo Bridge, you have a nice commute both directions, no problems. And the Gowanus looking pretty good, little slow, but your typical delays from the Belt Merge heading towards the BQE. Rails, everything running on or close. Rosanna, back to you.
Okay, Inez, thank you so much. The Los Angeles Sheriff's Department says that it is investigating its new sexual assault allegations against Sean Diddy Combs. The department said it received a report from a police department in Florida where the alleged victim lives. Details of the allegation appear to mirror claims made by a man who said Diddy pleasured himself in front of him back in February of 2020. The man says he's one of the John Does who filed a civil suit against the rapper in July. And a judge sentenced the man who grabbed Ariana Grande at the Wicked for Good premiere in Singapore.
Yeah, good day's Ryan Christopher here with the details. Ryan.
Yeah, good morning to the both of you. So justice came very quickly for Johnson Wen. That's the Australian man who got physical with Miss Grande at Thursday's film premiere. Now the BBC reports here that Wen pleaded guilty to being a public nuisance. This is video from TMZ. This all happened yesterday when he pled. Now the 26-year-old was then sentenced to 9 days in prison. The court heard testimony that said that he actually intruded on the red carpet not once but twice. First when he jumped over the barricade and charged at Miss Grande, and again when he was escorted away by the security team. Now Wen told the judge that he would not do it again, but he's broken through security several times. before at other events, including grabbing Katy Perry at a concert back in June. Meantime, last night right here in New York City, Wicked for Good, the big premiere, pushing ahead with its publicity for the film's launch. Last night they were here in the city for the film's New York premiere at Lincoln Center. Neither Miss Grande nor her co-star Cynthia Erivo spoke to the media, however, which they really haven't done too much on this press tour to begin with. But the film studio says that Miss Erivo wasn't feeling too well and she had lost her voice. And according to Variety, Grande made that decision to not do any interviews out of solidarity with her co-star. And Wicked for Good goes into nationwide release this Friday, and it is certainly going to be a blockbuster. Curt and Rosanna, we'll send it back on over to you.
All right, thank you.
And coming up in the 9 o'clock hour, we're going to have Marissa Bodie, who plays Nessa Rose. She's going to be joining us to talk
very good.
about
She was
that.
in the first Wicked, now she's in the second one. Very important role.
Exactly. All right, still ahead here. Starbucks is releasing a new drink today, the select locations where you can find the exclusive holiday beverages on tap.
Plus, it was only a matter of time. Jeff Bezos has a new startup, and it's focusing on artificial intelligence. You could have guessed that, right? We'll tell you all about it when we come right back.
Now.
In our Health Watch, federal health officials are calling food allergies one of the most overlooked public health crises of this generation. An estimated 33 million people live with at least one food allergy. During a food allergy forum, Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. said it is unclear why so many suffer from food allergies. The Food Allergy Fund CEO stated that 48% of food allergies start in adulthood. The fund is now looking at how microbiome health influences allergic diseases and why food allergies actually develop.
Why is it we have more food allergies than we did 20 years ago?
Because we eat more stuff than we did 20 years ago that were probably a lot less full of pesticides. I'll just say it that way.
Okay. All right. So you know what then? I'm going to cut down on your eating because we're going to talk about Ozempic and Wegovy right now, those popular weight loss drugs. They're going to cost less. Novo Nordisk, the company that makes the drugs, lowering a one-month supply to $349 a month for existing cash-paying patients. That's down from $499 a month. And in a temporary offer, new cash-paying patients will pay $199 a month for 2 months. That's a way to now put on those holiday pounds.
It would get you started. Exactly. Oh, I hadn't thought about that.
Yeah.
You're right. Holiday time.
Next week is Thanksgiving already. Let's talk about the Trump administration. They are saying lower beef prices are on the way.
Yeah, the administration is pledging to implement changes in the beef industry to help drop prices by next summer. The Agriculture Department says it will expand the country's grazing lands by 5 million acres and reduce tariffs on beef imports from countries like Argentina through new trade deals. The pledge comes as beef prices reach record highs, and some beef experts predict prices to hit $10 a pound sometime in the near future.
And it's going to cost you more to ship packages through the United States Postal Service. The price hike set to take effect on January 18th. The agency says the changes include a 6.6% raise for priority mail service, 5.1% raise for priority mail express service, 7.8% for USPS ground advantage, 6% for parcels. This is means nothing to me, all these percents. How much is it going to cost for my package? Price is okay, though, for first-class mail stamps. Going to stay the same. What are they, like 70-something cents now?
I'm going to be honest, I have no idea.
I know.
I think it's like 78 cents,
yeah,
79 cents, something like that.
So. Yeah. So Jeff Bezos, you know, Amazon's founder, he is jumping in the AI race.
The billionaire is partly backing a new AI startup called Project Prometheus. It's raised more than $6 billion in funding already. Bezos will take on duties as co-chief executive of the new venture, according to the New York Times. The Times says the startup will build AI products for engineering and manufacturing in various fields like computers, aerospace, and cars. The company already has almost 100 staffers, including researchers from Meta, OpenAI, and Google.
Can we invest too? I want in on this. Okay, meanwhile, Target is partnering with Starbucks to offer you an exclusive holiday drink. The companies are introducing a new frozen peppermint hot chocolate starting today. Only Starbucks cafes located inside Target stores are going to offer this drink. The cream frappuccino-based drink is blended of mocha sauce, milk, and ice topped with peppermint whipped cream and sprinkles. The drink will be available throughout the holiday season. Sounds yummy. I wonder how many calories are in that.
It sounds very sweet, though.
I know. I don't mind that.
Okay.
Yeah.
To each his own.
All right. Still ahead. Despite pushback from his own party, a city council member is ready to take on House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. Is this a smart move?
Plus, during this cold weather, some New Yorkers are without heat. The push to restore a critical energy assistance program when we come back with more of Good Day.
Fox Local.
Okay, we're going back in time. By the way, it looks very dry out there, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah. We need a little bit more greenery. Anyway, on this day in 2009, do you know what happened?
You tell me.
Lady Gaga, who basically got her start on Good Day New York, she released The Fame Monster. It features Bad Romance, Telephone, Alejandro, Dance in the Dark. The beginning of her explosive
right, exactly.
career.
Took her from being, oh, that's Lady Gaga, you know her, to, oh, you know Lady Gaga.
I know. Anyway, what a talent, New Yorker.
Yeah.
Saw her mom and dad maybe about 2 weeks ago at an event to watch Good Day New York. So if you're up high, 7:30 in the morning, welcome to Good Day New York. I'm Rosanna Scotto.
I'm Curt Menefee. Mike Woods joins us right now. Mike, we saw that shot. At least it's clear.
Yeah, it's clear for now. I know. And then things change up tonight and into tomorrow. Won't look that way come tomorrow morning because we got a little rain that's coming through. But we need it. As you noted, it's dry out there, and we need to add some more rain to the whole rain bucket situation, getting close to being 9 inches behind in terms of rainfall for the year. So we've got another chilly but dry start to the day for you. The winds are a little bit lighter today than what we had yesterday, but it's still on the chilly side. Clouds will increase by later on this afternoon, and then tonight, here comes some showers. It doesn't look like a lot of rain, but we'll take whatever we can get at this point in time. But right now, there's nothing out there. We've got the sunshine. Clouds are building off to the west of us as an area of low pressure starting to get ready to, slide in this direction. But it doesn't take too long, about another 12 to 18 hours. It'll be here. We've got 37 at Central Park right now. Cool start. 36 for you in White Plains and 30 in Poughkeepsie, with the winds coming in lightly from the west at around 3 to 7 miles per hour. So cool, light wind, and we're fine for the time being. Wind chill factors down at 33 Central Park and 34 in East Hampton. Now let's talk about the localized futurecast. Starts off clear, ends up with your clouds starting to build back in. Highs get up to around 47 to 48 degrees later on this afternoon. Then the clouds thicken quickly tonight as an area of low pressure. It's actually sliding by to the south of us, but it's close enough that we're getting that northern fringe. So by about midnight or so, we are going to see shower chances picking up to around 50 to 60%. And the rain sticks around for the early morning hours, and then it starts to back away from us as we head toward daybreak. So it doesn't stick around for too long, but it's enough to get your morning commute off to a rather wet start. So just be prepared to have to deal with that wet weather as it comes on by tomorrow morning. Today's side temp 47 degrees before the nighttime showers swing by. They're out of here shortly after daybreak, and then we're good for a couple days. Let's bring in Inez right now and see how things are going with the commute. Some slowdowns. Good morning.
Good morning, Mike. Strict cleaning rules are in effect right now. We have a crash 287 southbound over by exit 12, causing rubbernecking delays on the northbound side there. So a bit slow there, both directions. Then over on the Deegan northbound after Willis Avenue, an accident has one lane blocked. A look at the cross Bronx here by the major Deegan, heading towards the Bronx River Parkway. You have traffic a little slow this morning. Some stop and go delays there, heading eastbound, northbound. Then over on the LI by Comac Road, you have a nice commute. Little build up, little slow down, stop and go there. Westbound there, usual delays. Eastbound, you're fine. With the rails, everything running on or close to schedule. Rosanna and Curt, back to you.
Okay, thank you so much, Inez. We are learning more about the future meeting between New York City Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani and President Trump.
Mamdani is revealing what he plans to tell the president in their face-to-face meeting. Robert Moses joins us now with what's being said publicly so far. Robert.
Curt and Rosanna with Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani taking office in a little more than 6 weeks. We now know that plans are in the works to set up that in-person meeting with President Donald Trump. On Sunday night, you'll remember, the president said that Mamdani wants to come to Washington to meet with him, and indeed, Mamdani revealed yesterday that his team had reached out to the White House. His spokeswoman says that outreach happened in the last week. No date for their meeting has yet been announced. After serving meals at a food pantry in the Bronx, the mayor-elect said that he plans to tell President Trump what the president's own supporters have been telling him.
The president ran a campaign where he spoke about a promise to deliver cheaper groceries, a promise to reduce the cost of living. We are seeing his actions and that of his administration in Washington leading to the exact opposite effect for New Yorkers.
Meantime, Mayor Eric Adams remains in Israel this morning. He had been scheduled to return to the city today, but will now travel on to Uzbekistan before coming back here on Sunday. The mayor met with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who thanked him for, quote, his great support of Israel and for being a true friend of the Jewish people. The mayor had previously said that if he were a Jewish New Yorker, he'd be concerned about his children, a clear dig at Mamdani. The mayor-elect responded by questioning the mayor's priorities in his waning days in office.
This is a time when New Yorkers are on the brink of being priced out of the city that they call home. And his actions have little to do with that affordability crisis. And what they show, in fact, is why New Yorkers are so desperate for a new administration, one that will focus on the needs of the city and will look to speak to working class New Yorkers as to what those needs are, as opposed to war criminals.
That's a reference to the charges brought against Netanyahu by the International Criminal Court for his actions in Gaza. Now, some of the mayor-elect's most high-profile conservative critics announced the formation of what they're calling a watchdog to monitor his decisions while in office. Among them, billionaire John Katzimatidis, who extended an olive branch of sorts to the mayor-elect.
Everything that happened in the campaign, how do they say about it in Brooklyn? Forget about it. The one thing that we all hold in common is we all love New York. And we want New York to go in the right direction, and we want New York to thrive like it always has.
I've spoken with John in the past. I look forward to putting together an administration that will deliver on the needs of every single person that calls the city their home.
According to a new Siena poll just out this morning, Mamdani has a 55% favorability rating among city voters. Among state voters, that rating drops to 40%. Curt, back to you.
All right, sticking with politics, City Councilman Chi Osei of Brooklyn filed paperwork to run in New York's 8th Congressional District. The close ally of Mayor-elect Mamdani and a Democratic socialist is challenging House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, who is the highest-ranking Democrat in the U.S. House of Representatives. When asked about Osei's plans, Jeffries said, "Come on in, the water's warm." And a U.S. judge rejected a Trump administration challenge to a New York law that blocks immigration officials from arresting individuals at or near state courthouses.
The Justice Department filed a lawsuit in June to block the Protect Our Courts Act, claiming federal law supersedes conflicting state laws. The judge rejected that argument, ruling that New York was protecting its sovereign interests in the face of undue federal interference. U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi said New York's law and similar measures in other states endanger you. Members of Congress are demanding answers about a Bronx chimney collapse.
Hudson Valley Congressman Mike Lawler and Long Island Congressman Andrew Garbarino were among 5 Republicans on the House Committee on Financial Services calling for an explanation. On October 1st, you may remember, a boiler exploded in the basement of the Mitchell houses on Alexander Avenue in the Bronx. Well, the explosion caused the chimney on the side of the NYCHA building to collapse. No one was injured. The case is still under investigation, and the congressmen are concerned because NYCHA receives federal funding, and they want accountability taken for what has happened. Well, today there are growing calls for the Trump administration to act to get heating aid to those in need.
The Home Energy Assistance Program, also known as HEAP, is one of many federal initiatives that had funding stopped when the government shutdown began. Roughly 1.5 million New Yorkers rely on HEAP to heat their homes. The shutdown has ended, but many are still waiting for the benefits to be restored. Governor Hochul says HEAP must be prioritized as the weather gets colder.
Today, I'm calling on the Trump administration and all Republicans to turn on this heat, turn on the spigot, turn on the gas, turn on the power, turn on the electricity. Let's start making sure that people don't have to be stressed out all across America about whether or not their families and themselves are going to be cold.
A White House official told Fox 5 that HEAP benefits began to be processed as soon as the shutdown ended. All right, 7:37 coming up. We'll have more of your top stories,
including a new deal by Mets owner Steve Cohen to keep his bid for a casino in Queens in the running.
Law Firm.
All right, 7:40 rush hour. Here's some top stories if you're heading out the door. Today, the House of Representatives will vote on a measure that would order the release of files gathered during the investigation into child sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. President Trump had recently opposed it, but today he's saying release it. On Sunday, he changed his mind. He wants the files to be made public for you.
Well, the suspects involved in Saturday's deadly shooting that killed 2 and injured 3 others in Newark, New Jersey remain on the loose this morning. Police identified those killed yesterday as 10-year-old Jordan Garcia and 21-year-old Kaya May Scott. There is a $10,000 reward being offered for any information that leads to arrest.
Also this morning, Mets owner Steve Cohen has signed an agreement with the city that addresses concerns from the U.S. Tennis Association, which owns the tennis complex right across the street from where his proposed Metropolitan Park Casino would be built in Queens if they get approval. The New York Post is reporting that the USTA deal prohibits other competing events from taking place on neighboring lots except for Mets games at Citi Field. Who knew that they had that agreement?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, you learn something every day in sports.
And you know what I learned? I'm not on the email chain between you two. What's going on here? You left me out.
We are sisters in
and
fashion.
Tashani had the same color on?
Burgundy, plum. We're
I
still
think
trying
I'm
to figure it
plummish.
out. Yeah, mine's a little more Merlot-ish.
I just feel left out.
You too. It doesn't clash. It's a nice. We got the November Thanksgiving vibe going.
There we
yes.
go.
Yeah.
We're all fall.
Yes. Very late
All right.
autumn.
Well, the Knicks fell.
Oh, they
last
did.
night.
Yes,
Boom, boom, boom.
yes.
Thank you very much.
We're going to start there. So the Knicks were actually on the road last night in Miami, and they were looking to beat the Heat for the second straight game on the back end of a home-and-home series. So this game, though, had a frantic finish. Fourth quarter, the Knicks were down by 8 points. Miami's Norman Powell hits the jumper and then puts the Heat up by 10. But then, with under 30 seconds, the Knicks were only down by 4. Josh Hart gets the offensive rebound, dishes out to Karl Anthony Towns. He hits a 3 and cuts the lead to 1. 10 seconds left. Knicks now down 2. Miles McBride misses a layup. Towns gets the rebound, puts it up to tie it. Does it go? Oh, no, it doesn't go. The Knicks lose by 2. 115 to 113. They are now 8-5 on this season. In the NFL, the New York Jets are making a change at quarterback. Head coach Aaron Glenn is benching Justin Fields and turning to veteran Tyrod Taylor to start under center Sunday in Baltimore against the Ravens. Now, this moves comes with little surprise, people. I mean, we're not shocked. Fields is 2-7 in the 9 starts that he's had with the Jets this season. Fields signed a 2-year, $40 million contract in the offseason, $30 million guaranteed, but no word if Fields is even officially the backup this weekend. Taylor started 1 game this season, a Week 3 loss to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers when Fields was out with a concussion. As for the New York Football Giants, interim head coach Mike Kafka has been making his presence felt since taking over as the coach. Kafka confirmed to the media that he took disciplinary actions by benching Abdul Carter for the Giants' first defensive series this past Sunday against the Green Bay Packers. Now, the Post reports it was because Carter missed a team walkthrough last week. The rookie was reportedly sleeping in the team facility when he should have been on the field. After the game on Sunday, Carter said, quote, "I made a mistake during the week that was detrimental to the team." Well, today, a crucial decision could be made that could impact the rest of the Yankees' offseason plans, and the decision won't even be made by the Yankees. It will be made by free agent center fielder Trent Grisham. Now, he has until today to accept the team's qualifying offer, and that would give Grisham a 1-year deal for a little over $22 million. That'll also keep him from hitting the open market. The career .213 hitter had a career year in the Bronx in 2025, hitting 34 home runs while playing 140 games in center field. If Grisham declines the Yanks' qualifying offer, the Yankees will then get a compensatory draft pick from the team that eventually signs him. In women's soccer, Gotham FC is already in San Jose, California, preparing for their second NWSL final appearance in 3 years as the team vies to win the club's second league championship title. Gotham won Sunday's semifinal match on the road 1-0, beating the reigning NWSL champion Orlando Pride. Jaden Shaw scored the team's only goal in the 97th minute of the game in stoppage time to punch the team's ticket to the championship game. Now, Gotham FC will now take on their rival, the Washington Spirit, this Saturday. It's on a neutral site in San Jose. First kick is 8 p.m. And the club will host 4 official watch parties across New York and New Jersey for supporters to watch together. Locations include Legends NYC on 33rd Street, Fulton Hall in Brooklyn, Keeper's Bar and Restaurant in Harrison, New Jersey, and Wilka's on Bowery downtown. Injured Giants running back. We're going to go back to the NFL, sort of. Cam Scatterbo, remember him. Now, he might be done fighting for yards on the football field this season, but he's not backing down from a fight. The popular rookie was at Madison Square Garden last night for Monday Night Raw. And Scatterbo, who is recovering from a dislocated ankle and fractured leg, he didn't hesitate to fight several of the wrestlers there, who started with him and also comedian Andrew Schultz. Scatterbo was wearing a Rangers jersey. He shoved one of them to the ground. He had some good backup, though, as the Giants' Abdul Carter, who I mentioned earlier, was seen in a Yankees jersey, along with defensive tackle Roy Robertson Harris. They all got in on the action. Now, am I just old and poo-poo?
I was about to say the same thing. I don't want to be the old guy here.
Okay. Yeah, or is it like, and I'm not even a mother, I don't have kids, but like, is it the mother instinct that was like, they should not be doing this with a dislocated ankle?
Yes. I agree.
And Abdul Carter was just punished this week for,
Yes.
I don't know. Sorry.
You're right.
I think it's a bad look. I really do. And I understand the fun and it's WWE and all this.
And it's
in a normal
coordinated.
time when he's not injured, it's okay. But, I mean, all it takes is someone to fall on him or knock him backwards or whatever. It's not about, he's not involved in the action. He's right in the middle of everything.
By the way, that looks totally real.
It does. That was very well done.
That looks totally real.
I don't know. Knock on wood, everything's safe. But yes, I'm with you.
Yes, no
All
further.
right, Curt, you may need to go change during the commercial break. And
I'll work on that. Keep waiting.
Just change here. Let's see what happens.
Hey now. All right. When we come, speaking of entertainment, Ryan's going to join us with entertainment news. I think he'll be fully clothed.
What does he have on?
We'll find out. It looks like another A-lister is signing on for that long-awaited Heat sequel.
Okay. Plus, we're getting our first look at the new Beatles anthology docuseries. We'll tell you all about it when we come back.
We know we can't change everything you don't like about shopping, but here at Stop & Shop, we're going all out to improve what we can.
Thank you.
We've seen you doing finger math in the store, but no more of that. You deserve a better way to save.
Heck yeah, I do.
With over 10,000 items always on sale, it's time we actually loved grocery shopping.
Justin, when was the last time you went on break?
I'm on break right now. With so many ways to save, good things are in store at Stop & Shop.
Get everybody sick. Anyway, Mike Woods, He was away last week. Did
Yes,
you know
he
that?
was.
Yeah.
Warm weather climate while we were
Yes.
sitting here.
We're not really
Snow
sure what took
flurries.
place, but he seemed a little tired yesterday.
Well, it was Monday, but now I'm back. I got a full charge and everything. So here we go.
Interesting.
I heard it snowed while I was away. Is that the case?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we had some flurries.
Yeah.
Got some flurries.
It did. Yep.
Okay, get that out of the way.
You heard right.
All right. Well, we need a little more rain out there here. In fact, we need a lot more rain. We're almost 9 inches behind in terms of rainfall for the year. We'll get a little bit coming through tonight. But right now, you're good. We have the sunshine out there. You don't need the umbrellas. If anything, you need the sunglasses for a little while. Temp-wise, well, you got to put the extra layers on because it is still pretty cold. 37 Central Park, 33 degrees in Sussex, and 32 in Monticello. The winds are light today, coming in from the west at around 3 to 7 miles per hour, so that's good for you, too. But high pressure, which is in control and keeping us clear for now, is going to kind of lose its grip. This area of low pressure is going to quickly slide along and come to us here in the tri-state region, and it doesn't take too long to get here. High pressure slides offshore during the day. Clouds are building in already, and then here comes that area of low pressure with the warm front, cold front. It's all sliding into mainly the mid-Atlantic region, but we're still getting clipped by the northern fringe, and that's enough to give us some pretty solid showers here for a short while tonight into early tomorrow morning before it slides out of here by about mid-morning tomorrow. It's all kind of breaking up and getting out of here, and then high pressure will take over again for you. For the rest of Wednesday, late Wednesday into Thursday, and even Friday are looking pretty good and dry. But with this area of low pressure coming through tonight into tomorrow morning puts out maybe about 1/10 of an inch to 1/4 of an inch of rain is what it looks like it wants to squeeze out. For the majority of us, if you're in the northern tier counties, you may get skipped out on the rain altogether. So here we go. High temp 47 today, and then the rain comes through tonight into tomorrow, and then we're going to be done for a little bit till we get to Friday when some quick nighttime showers come on by for us again. All right, let's get you on over to Inez Rosales, which, Inez, isn't this the time of the year where we start talking about backups and so on?
Oh, you mean a gridlock alert day?
Oh, that's
yes,
it.
those. They start tomorrow. Get ready for that. Yeah, it's the season. Right now we have a couple of problems. We do have a crash on the Belts Parkway eastbound at Farmers Boulevard. That's blocking a lane there, so expect a slowdown. And then over on the Deegan, you have a crash after Willis Avenue. That's heading in the northbound direction. Delays go back to the Triborough Bridge and the Bruckner. Over in New Jersey, Route 46 westbound at Notch Road, one lane blocked with a crash. So, of course, that's causing delays all the way back to Route 3, back to the Garden State Parkway, actually. And also in New Jersey, you have a crash on the Parkway southbound by exit 137. Rails look good. Everything's running on or close to schedule. Rosanna and Curt, back to you.
Okay, very nice. Hello, Ryan.
Hello to the both of you. Great to see Curt back.
Yeah,
Well,
is it nice?
good to be back.
That's
yes.
right. It's
And you're
Tuesday.
here back again talking about this little movie series that I really like.
Yeah, Knives Out.
Knives Out, yeah.
Okay, and there's no Knives Out over here, right? Just want to clarify. Okay,
We're
everybody's
good.
on the up
You're
and up
safe.
this morning, but Daniel Craig is now back as Benoit Blanc in the next film of the Knives Out trilogy, this one titled Wake Up, Dead Man.
Everyone thinks I did it. I didn't do it.
This goes way beyond normal police work. This is something you and I have not experienced.
Uh-oh, get ready for this one. Rian Johnson is set to come back to direct the third Knives Out film, and another star-studded cast alongside Craig. It includes Josh O'Connor, Glenn Close, a legend right there, Kerry Washington, Jeremy Renner, Mila Kunis, and many, many more. Now, the whodunit, it'll find the local police chief, played by Miss Kunis, team up with Craig's Blanc to unravel a mysterious murder that defies all logic, and Wake Up Dead Man, a Knives Out mystery, will hit theaters November 26th before heading to Netflix on December 12th. So now something new for Curt to watch is one of his favorite movies.
Benoit Blanc.
Benoit Blanc, right. He's got that New Orleans accent,
Yeah,
right?
a little Cajun,
little
Creole
Cajun
accent.
Yeah, a little flair
Yeah,
for you.
it's fun.
All right, speaking of somebody with a little flair, let's talk about actor Christian Bale, shall we? Okay, he's played Batman. He's played so many iconic roles, but now he's being eyed for a role in the sequel to the 1995 crime drama Heat. This will be Heat Part 2. We're talking about filmmaker Michael Mann, who directed the first film. He is set to return for Heat 2. Now, Mr. Bale previously starred in Mann's Public Enemies. Now, next month, Heat will celebrate its 30th anniversary. The original starring Al Pacino as an LA police detective and Robert De Niro, of course, as a career thief. Tom Sizemore, the late Tom Tom Sizemore. He was excellent in this film as well. There is talk of Leonardo DiCaprio also having a leading role. Imagine that, Christian Bale, Leo DiCaprio going at it. Now, here's the interesting part. Michael Mann, the director, he actually wrote a novel, Heat 2, that came out in book form in 2022, and it sort of jumps between the time before and after the first film, so you would assume that this next movie will do the same. Now, production is expected to start next year, but details are not known at this point as to when exactly it's coming out, so stay tuned for that. I mean, Heat 1 was an awesome movie, right?
It's a legendary movie, yeah.
That diner scene with the two of them, with Pacino and De Niro. So
or the shootout at the end.
The shootout at the end. Val Kilmer as well, can't forget about him. And also this morning, guys, we're getting our very first look at a restored Beatles anthology series. Here it is.
The Beatles were always a great little band. The anthology is as much of the history of the Beatles that we can get.
We've heard it from everybody else. Now you can hear it from us.
The Mania.
There they are. Beatles Mania. Disney Plus dropping a new 2.5-minute trailer. In this 8-part documentary, how many Beatles documentaries have there been?
How much more tape is there left?
Oh, my goodness. This is crazy. So it's going to chronicle the Fab Four's rise to fame in the early 60s and their subsequent superstardom. It originally aired back in 1995, if it seems familiar, and that was released on video. But now this new version, it hasn't just been remastered, but it also includes a 9th episode, because 8 wasn't enough, of full previously unreleased footage. Now the first 3 episodes will be available to stream on November 26th.
You know what? It's a nice little thing to watch when you don't want to be...
Where you want to think?
Yeah, you don't want to think.
No, I mean in a bad way. Yeah, you just want to sit back.
You want to be entertained.
Yeah, brain for Thanksgiving.
And I tell you the one by, I can't believe, the Lord of the Rings, Peter... the director.
From
New Zealand.
Apple TV.
Yeah, that one was fantastic.
TV,
Was that the one with Paul alone?
No, that was the one with the Beatles where he took all the footage from when they were recording Let It Be
I saw that one too.
and released that. That was really, really good. So, and then, look, they're interesting, but it's just like, how much more unreleased stuff can there be?
And by the way, they were only a band for like a few years. Right. It's crazy.
64 to 70.
Yeah.
The band that keeps on giving.
All right, meanwhile, still ahead, we're catching up with Miss America. Where's my tiara? I forgot it. There's a special ribbon cutting here in the city that you should know about.
We're also going to count down the 2026 FIFA World Cup and a new pass that'll make it easier for folks to get to it.
Provider.
Right here, right now. Rosanna Scotto, Curt Menefee. Let's have a good day, New York.
Okay, let's do it together. Look at the sun.
That looks pretty.
So nice and bright, but it's chilly out there. We're going to see more clouds this afternoon. Mike will have all the details for you.
Well, today the House is expected to vote on releasing investigative files on convicted child sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, coming days after President Trump changed his position on the files.
Mayor-elect Zoran Mondani reaching out to the White House. He wants to set up a meeting with President Trump. He's also questioning how Mayor Eric Adams is spending his remaining days in office.
Don't bet against the Queens casino just yet. We'll tell you how Mets owner Steve Cohen is clearing the latest hurdle targeting plans to build a casino near Citi Field.
And it's the biggest fashion event of the year, what the stars could be wearing on the red carpet for the Met Gala next year.
Well, now that we know the theme, you've got time to get ready?
I can't wait. Yes, Anna, I am available, in case you're watching. Good day, New York. It's Tuesday, November 18th. I'm Rosanna Scotto.
I'm Curt Menefee. We appreciate you being with us here this morning, just after 8 o'clock. Mike Woods joins us right now, and every shot we take, it's getting prettier and prettier outside.
I know. It looks so nice outside, and it is. It looks nice outside. It's a little chilly, but then later on tonight, we're going to go in another direction. But yes, right now, it's a clear sky that we have for us here in the tri-state region. But what the radar satellite and those camera shots don't tell is this. These temperatures, cold. We've got 38 Central Park, 39 degrees in Newark, and 36 in Sussex, which is pretty chilly for this time of the year. Wind coming in from the west at around 10 to 15 miles per hour, so that makes a little bit of a difference. The wind chill numbers sometimes a little too cool for most folks' tastes, especially this time of the year. But high pressure's in control for now, but this area of low pressure, which is still west of the Mississippi, it makes a quick work to make its way to the East Coast. It mainly heads through the mid-Atlantic regions near the nation's capital, and that's where the bulk of the showers will come through. But we're going to get some here too, but not till tonight. Fine during the day, high gets up to 47 degrees, but the clouds build up and the showers kick in later tonight. Low drops down to 38, so it's not just wet, but cold at the same time. And then it'll clear out fairly quickly for your Wednesday. All right, let's bring in Inez and see how things look with the commute. Good morning.
Good morning, Mike. A few hiccups out there. Strict cleaning rules are in effect. Right now, we have a crash on the Belt Parkway, slowing things down. This is eastbound over by Farmers Boulevard. One lane blocked with an accident on the westbound side heading towards the Van Wyck. That's your normal delay. And then over in New Jersey, several problems. 17 southbound in Paramus by Farview Avenue. One lane blocked with an accident, leaving only one lane open. 46 westbound at Notch Road has a crash. Delay spilling onto Route 3 a little beyond the Garden State Parkway there. And over on the Garden State Parkway, southbound at exit 137, clearing away an accident. They just moved it off to the shoulder. With the rails, we're okay, running on or close. Rosanna and Curt, back to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Inez. Later today, the House will vote on whether to release the investigative files on child sex offender Jeffrey Epstein.
With Republicans urged to vote in favor of the release, according to President Trump. Good Day's Jessica Formoso is here now with the very latest. This is going to happen in just a few hours.
That's right. Good morning, Curt and Rosanna. In just a few hours, the House will be holding a vote to force the Justice Department to publicly release all its files on Jeffrey Epstein. This all comes after months of pressure from Democrats and some high-profile Republicans wanting the files to be made public. Now, over the weekend, President Trump urging Republicans to vote in favor of the bill, insisting he's fine with making all the records related to the convicted sex offender public. The president said he would sign if both the House and the Senate pass it. On Truth Social, the president wrote, House Republicans should vote to release the Epstein files because we have nothing to hide. The House Oversight Committee can have whatever they are legally entitled to. I don't care. All I do care about is that Republicans get back on point. Now, President Trump has repeatedly said he knew nothing about Epstein's sex crimes, despite he and Epstein's being friends for some time. During his presidential campaign, Trump supported releasing the Epstein files, but then flipped, calling the investigation a Democrat hoax. Last week, Democrats released selected emails suggesting Trump was aware of Epstein's trafficking of girls. Trump has denied any wrongdoing, calling for an investigation into Epstein's ties to Democrats.
We have nothing to do with Epstein. The Democrats do. All of his friends were Democrats. All I want is for people to recognize the great job that I've done on pricing, on affordability, because we brought prices way down, but they're going way lower. We've done a great job. And I hate to see that deflect from the great job we've done. So I'm all for it.
This is clearly a jujitsu move by the president in his continued cover-up of these files. He is already under a legal obligation to produce these files to Congress and has not complied with the subpoena.
A separate investigation conducted by the House Oversight Committee has released thousands of pages of emails and other documents from Epstein's estate showing his connection to global leaders, Wall Street power brokers, influential political figures, which include former President Bill Clinton and Trump himself. Now, back to today's vote. The House is expected to pass it with an overwhelming margin. Curt and Rosanna.
All right, thank you very much. Well, Mets owner Steve Cohen has reached a new deal with the city for his proposed casino in Queens.
All right, this after the U.S. Tennis Association launched a lawsuit targeting the casino plans. Briella Tomasetti, who knew the USTA had something to do with his parking lot?
Yeah, you know what? I didn't know that. And then I thought, that parking lot is a lot of trouble during that time of year in September, 3 weeks that the U.S. Open is going on. So certainly a contentious debate here. But Mets owner Steve Cohen, yes, he cleared yet another hurdle by signing an agreement with the Adams administration. The agreement largely addressing concerns from the U.S. Tennis Association, whose lease bans or restricts events in the area during the Open. For background, the Tennis Association owns the professional tennis complex across the street from where Cohen's casino, Metropolitan Park, is slated to be built. According to the New York Post, the deal respects the organization's superiority rights for parking lot spaces and prohibitions on other competing events and activities from taking place on neighboring lots, with the exception of Mets games, of course, happening at Citi Field during the 23 days the Open takes place in September. The development comes after the U.S. Tennis Association filed a lawsuit accusing the Adams administration of violating the terms of its lease on the National Tennis Center. A spokesperson told the Post that the group is not withdrawing its claims against the city in court. He told the paper, quote, "The underlying lawsuit against the city will continue, but we are hopeful that it can be resolved in a timely and amicable manner." Metropolitan Park is one of 3 proposals still in the running for up to 3 downstate casino licenses to be issued by the state by the end of this year. That means they will approve or deny them by the 31st of December. Other contenders include Bally's, eyeing to build a casino at President Trump's former golf course in the Bronx, and Resorts World looking to expand on its already existing casino in South Ozone Park. Rosanna and Curt, back to you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. All right, when we come back, we'll tell you how you can help clean up the city and make money by doing it. A new program being announced first here on Good Day.
And at 9 o'clock, actor Mads Mikkelsen is going to be here. You know him. He's been in some iconic movies, right?
Casino Royale jumps to mind right away. But isn't that TV series Hannibal as well?
Yeah, he's in so many great things. Anyway, he's talking about that Dust Bunny film, Brian Fuller's new fantasy thriller. You know,
they worked together on Hannibal.
They worked together on Hannibal, right? Okay, Mads Mikkelsen coming up at 9.
on Fox.
Well, the New York City Department of Sanitation wants your help in cleaning up the city, and it's offering cash as an incentive. The DSNY is looking to catch illegal dumping like you see right here in this video. Now, in the last 3 years, DSNY has deployed a network of more than 300 hidden cameras to catch illegal dumpers.
The cameras are getting results, and now New Yorkers can get help and get paid for it. We have with us Javier Lohan. He's acting commissioner at the New York City Department of Sanitation. Nice to have you on Good Day.
Nice to meet you, sir. Thank you for having me. Thank you.
So, Commissioner, how does this work?
So, we're excited to announce for the first time we have a way for residents to submit videos and information if they observe somebody illegally dumping. And once the fine is paid or adjudicated and paid, they will be eligible to get a $2,000 reward for it.
So this is really like that guy looked like he was throwing, construction out.
Right.
This is not like, okay, he put too much, burgers in the in the sanitation bin.
Exactly. What we find most of the times are that they're contractors that don't want to pay to dispose of their material properly, so they'll go out to some area and dispose of it and illegally dump it in a neighborhood where they shouldn't be. So some of it's material that could be hazardous. So a lot of times it's obviously something it's not mistaken for an innocent act.
And looking at the numbers, it's not just contractors dumping stuff. You're finding vehicles that have been left there a lot.
Correct. Yeah. Sometimes it's people doing their own work at their home, and we want to remind that residents are eligible to have, if they're doing work on their house, as long as it's not hazardous material, we'll pick it up for them, obviously on the collection day. So, but most of the times it's contractors doing unlawful acts. Yeah.
But I mean, like illegally leaving cars, abandoning cars.
Oh, abandoning vehicles. Yeah, so that's a separate program that we work closely with PD, NYPD most of the time, and we'll have a task force assigned to that. So yeah, but this is more just if you're illegally dumping trash, any kind of waste on the street where you shouldn't be, that's what this is focused on.
So how do you get that $2,000?
So if you submit any of your information and a video to illegal dumping tips at dsny.nyc.gov, you send your information and a video, and as long as it has the video captured the person doing the act and their license plate, we'll be able to go out, and once we catch them and find them, then that's when the process starts.
So, Commissioner, how do you make sure that it's not somebody who's just trying to make money? Because there are those people who abuse the system.
Of course.
Not mentioning anybody by name, but there was a noise guy who went around to all the restaurants. He made hundreds of thousands of dollars until the restaurant industry came together and got this guy out of the picture.
Right.
So how do you make sure this doesn't happen?
So we have a sanitation police unit that reviews all the videos, right? And it's not just automatically a fine's given. We review it, make sure that it's not mistaken for something else. So that's how we make sure that this isn't going to be something to what you mentioned.
One question for me about how the person who turns in the video stays anonymous, right?
Right. So that's one thing. That's a good point. We do want to make residents aware. If you submit a video and your contact information, if the respondent decides to contest it, they will be required to appear as a witness. So that's one thing just to note.
The person who submitted
the video, correct? Yeah.
So you won't stay anonymous if it's contested.
Correct. If the person pays the fine and there's no a trial hearing heard, then they won't be required to.
Commissioner, why do you need to do this? The city has cameras everywhere.
Right. So yeah, you're right. Over 300 cameras, as you mentioned. We've collected over 1 million pounds of waste from those illegal dumpers, but we estimate that to be 2 to 3 times that. So that's where we need help. The cameras are great, but we can't put them everywhere. So this is where we're asking for the public's help.
How much of a difference do you think you've seen with the cameras being installed already? So just having video evidence helping you?
Yeah, so we saw for last fiscal year almost a 50% increase of vehicles that we've impounded, which is some great progress, and we hope that this helps even more.
Now, this is different than littering, right? Like throwing something outside your car, which you should not do, because if I'm behind you, I'm taking down your license plate.
Correct. It's not littering.
Just checking.
Right. It's a large amount of trash being disposed of from a motor vehicle. Correct.
All right, one more time. Give us the website.
Illegal dumping tips at dsny.nyc.gov.
All right, Commissioner Lohan, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hopefully it all works out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's check in with Mike and the weather. Mike?
All right, and here, well, we're just talking about sunshine right now. Sunshine that's out there and the colder temperatures, but this is going to be changing later on. There are some high, thin clouds out there at this point in time, but typically what we're going to see, what we are expecting to see is some more showers to come through here by tonight. But right now, nope. 53 is your normal high temp for today. We're going up to about 47 for a high later on this afternoon, so be ready for that. And yeah, it's a cool day. Clear sky, as you can see on the radar satellite. Not much of anything here, but there are clouds off to the west of us, which will eventually drag not only clouds, but showers too through the tri-state region tonight. 38 right now, Central Park, 36 degrees in White Plains, and the winds are coming in from the west at around 3 to 13 miles per hour. It's not a ton of wind. It's less than what we had yesterday, but it's still kind of on the chilly and breezy side. So we're fine with high pressure keeping us quiet for now, but this area of low pressure and warm front are going to slide in and just to our south, but still close enough that we have to deal with some rain. Now, the bulk of the rain will be coming through the nation's capital. They may get a good soaker out of this, but we're kind of more on the northern fringe of this. So we'll get some decent showers, but not until about midnight tonight, until about daybreak for you tomorrow. It's coming on through, so be prepared for a wet commute for you tomorrow, which will slow you down for the morning hours, but then later in the afternoon, the drier air starts to work its way back in and high pressure builds in. So we get a break for late Wednesday into Thursday. You're going to be just fine. And then sometime later on Friday, another smaller system will come through, bring us another opportunity for showers. But the models want to kick us out about 0.14 to a quarter of an inch of rain out of what's coming through for us. Again, that's midnight tonight until tomorrow morning. 47 is your high today. Clouds thicken today, then the rain gets going tonight. Low drops down to 38. And as we go through the next 7 days, high of 47 today with the showers coming through at night, then a break till we get to Friday night into Saturday. And then we'll have, so far, it looks like a decent looking weekend. By the way, quick little birthday shout out to our pal Marlene. Had her birthday last week. Hope you have a great continuation. Let's get you to Inez and see what's going on with the commute. Like that picture.
That's a great picture. Warm thoughts, Mike. Right now, strict cleaning rules are in effect. We have a crash on the Belts Parkway. Still working on this one. This is eastbound by Farmers Boulevard. One lane blocked. Delays go back to the Van Wyck. Route 17 in Paramus, southbound, a slow go by Farview Avenue. There's an accident. And over on Route 46, there's a crash westbound at Notch Road. So those delays go back to Route 3, almost back a little beyond the Garden State Parkway into the Clifton area. Over on the LIE, of course, you have traffic slow by the Grand Central Parkway, eastbound and westbound. If you're heading into the city, the George Washington Bridge, 45 minutes on the upper and lower level. The Lincoln Tunnel on 495, you have about a 25 minute wait inbound. The Holland Tunnel, about 30 to 40. Rosanna and Curt, back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Inez. Hey, it's not me. X is down this morning. You know, former Twitter.
Yeah.
I don't know how I'm going to survive without X this morning.
And I'm totally fine. So that's the difference between the two of us.
All right, so now you're going to have to watch us because X is down. Coming up, we're taking it to the streets to meet Miss America.
You never know who you meet in New York. We're going to meet Miss America, Cassie Donegan. She's at a special ribbon cutting taking place. And she's going to talk about her visit to Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center today.
And if you're heading out the door, you don't have to miss a moment of good day. Our app is working perfectly. It's the Fox Local app. Now,
so how do you get it?
Okay, listen, Curt. Both of us can do this. It's easy peasy. Get your phone.
I got it.
Okay, open up the camera. You see that QR code?
Yeah.
Take a picture of it. That's it. It'll take you right to the Fox Local app. It is free.
No way.
Is that fit in your budget?
It's that easy to download and
Easy.
free. This time of year especially, you know, gift giving, you got to spend money with everything else. But now you get something for free.
All right, download
Maybe we should give it as a gift. This is our gift to you. How about that?
I love it. Good Day's coming right back. Cassie Donegan just crowned Miss America 2026. She's going to cut the ribbon to switch on the shimmering holiday lights decorating the 114 trees lining Madison Avenue.
Now, she was also Miss New York 2025. She's returning to home to help spread holiday cheer for all of us. Good day's Crystal Young on the Upper East Side with more, including that very special guest. Crystal.
Yes, good morning. You know, you never know who you'll bump into in New York City, casually walking down Madison Avenue. And I'm like, wait, is that a crown? How can it be? Because I'm the queen. Well, I used to say that I'm the queen of queens, and I still kind of think I am, but I definitely don't have a crown like Cassie Donegan. She is hanging out with me on Madison Avenue with a crown, Miss America 2026. You know, I love a New Yorker. She is also Miss New York. And from, just tell us where in New York?
Sunnyside, Queens.
Oh, yes, wait, right here, girl, for Queens. So, Miss America, September 7th, was it?
Yes.
All right, I love it. What, were you in pageants all your life? Just give us a little background, and I understand that you can sing, too.
Yes, so I found the Miss America opportunity when I was 9. We have a Little Sisters program. I was involved with that until I was 12. Came back to our teen program when I was 14 and had the honor of being a state title holder at that time. Took a little hiatus, but stayed very adjacent to the Miss America organization that whole time, and came back, had the honor of being Miss New York, and I have the privilege and honor of being Miss America.
I love it. I love it. So Madison Avenue is going to be way more illuminated in just a little bit. I know that there is a big ceremony tonight, right? Yeah. So all of this is a precursor to what are you doing this evening?
So tonight I have the incredible, exciting honor to cut the ribbon on 114 trees that are lining Madison Avenue. That will bring us so much holiday cheer and joy with over 1.5 miles of holiday lights on those trees. And that is the kickoff to an event that will take place on December 6th. Where 70+ participating stores are donating 20% of their sales to MSK's pediatric program at the Cancer Research Center, which is just phenomenal, the impact that an evening or a whole day like that will make for MSK.
Yes, and I know you're going to be at MSK later on. Okay, let me just slide over quickly. I feel like she might have really spit it out, right? Like, I was like, wow, Matt is just going to stand there and smile. Okay, but all of this is really good for Madison Avenue and good for New York.
Absolutely. You know, we're kicking off the holiday season here on Madison Avenue tonight on Madison Avenue between 63rd and 64th Street. As Miss America, we'll be turning on the holiday lights of Madison Avenue and calling attention to Saturday, December 6th, where we're going to be having our 39th annual Miracle on Madison event, where over 70 stores donate percentages of their sales to the Society of Memorial Sloan Kettering's pediatric cancer program. So this is really about feeling good about the holidays, guilt-free shopping, but also really celebrating New York City. And what a wonderful way to do it.
I love it. Guilt-free shopping. Okay, we're going to end on you. I'm going to come back in the 9 o'clock hour, and I don't know, I might ask her to sing something, and she might say yes. You never know. You never know. But later on, you will be at Memorial Sloan Kettering with dogs and just cheering people up. And thank you for doing that.
Oh, it's my absolute pleasure. There's nothing else I'd rather be doing today and having that connection. So
fabulous. And look, she's standing out in the cold looking all cute with no coat on. All right, but you have succeeded. And she is Miss America. And guess what? I'm going to touch the ground like this. Oh, ding, 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 ding. But Rosanna, I'm not going to snatch it. All right, I'm going to toss it back inside to Rosanna Snatch Crown Woman. Did I say that? All right.
I have my own tiara.
Because I know how to act, Rosanna.
I have my own
I know how to
tiara.
act. I respect the crowd.
Listen, I'm from Kings County.
Yes, you do.
We know how to act, okay? Gotta go,
the County
Crystal.
of Kings. All right. Okay, all right. Goodbye now. Goodbye.
Well, Miss America was from Sunnyside.
Yeah.
That's cool. I like that.
Yeah, at some point I think she was there.
Well, she just said it. She's from there, so we give her credit.
Okay.
We'll give it to Sunnyside. Let them
fine.
have it. When we come back, making World Cup travel as seamless as possible. We'll tell you what ticket holders from other countries should know about the new FIFA Pass system.
Oh, FIFA. We're getting ready for FIFA. Meanwhile, Wicked for Good. Are you ready for the new film? One of the stars, Marissa Bodie, will be here. The release is on Friday. She's going to share what we can expect. We'll talk to her in the 9 o'clock hour. This song still gives me chills. You don't like it?
No, I don't mind it. I'm just looking at how choppy the water is there.
You're looking at Choppy the Water. I'm looking at Celine Dion, this song, because the Titanic soundtrack.
Okay, so your daughter was young when this movie came out.
Right.
How many times did you see this movie?
I saw it 20 times.
Okay.
And how long was that film? I don't know.
Oh, it was long, particularly for its time. You know, back then people didn't make 2.5-hour movies.
So she convinced the entire school, St. Ignatius Loyola, to have a Titanic Day.
Okay.
And everybody had to dress up in costume and come in with some kind of intelligence about that period of time.
Okay,
what
that's
they
good.
learned about the sinking of the Titanic. So it was a very historical day.
That works out. I like that. I like that.
Yeah, that was nice.
Oh, 1997, that soundtrack came out on this date.
Okay, there you go. 8:30 in the morning. See, you always learn a little something on Good Day New York.
Just a little nugget we like to provide.
Anyway, welcome to Good Day. I'm Rosanna Scotto.
I'm Curt Menefee. It is 8:30 here on a Tuesday, which means Wednesday, Thursday, Friday,
I don't know
72 hours.
I'm not wishing the week away.
No.
But, you know, we do have a tradition around here on Good Day New York.
It's no Titanic soundtrack, but
no.
we do our best.
But it is something. You never know who's going to dance and sing to. Native New Yorker on Friday at 8:30 right here on Good Day New York. We sing, we dance. We want you to be a part of it.
Yeah, we're asking for your submissions, and all you have to do is scan the QR code right on your screen, record yourself doing whatever you want to the song. You can sing, you can dance, you can perform, you can mime. You just make your choice.
Right.
And then use the QR code, it comes directly to us, and maybe you can be our Native New Yorker of the day because we choose someone each and every Friday and put them on TV with us.
And by the way, it doesn't have to be famous like Bethany Frankel last weekend.
No, exactly.
We have children, dogs.
It doesn't have to be fancy.
People,
it can be, but
relatives,
it doesn't have to be.
Parties, sing it, dance it.
Oh, you know what? I'm thinking, okay, not this Friday, but next week is Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
So as we go forward, all these holiday parties and family coming over and all that stuff, now we can build some momentum.
You are are a genius.
There we
I don't
go.
care what Michael Strahan says.
What did he say? You got me curious. Here, all
let's
right.
talk to Michael Woods.
Yeah, and the holiday parties have begun, too. I got my first one coming up this weekend. Whoa. We like to push that ticket.
Wow.
There. Yeah. Anyway, it's starting to feel like the holidays, that's for sure. Cold weather's with us, but we do have a clear sky here right now. Clouds are starting to roll in this direction, and we are going to see some showers by tonight, but not during the day. You're good. We've got 38 in Central Park right now, 41 in Islip. Same thing for you, East Hampton, and 32 degrees in Monticello. The wind is still pretty light coming in from the west at around maybe 10 to 15 miles per hour. Sometimes gusting a little bit higher than that, but it's not out of control. Wind chill factor still down to 30. That's what it feels like in Central Park. I mean, that's not exactly comfortable. It feels like 24 in Monticello. So colder but dry starts the day with high pressure struggling to hold tight. And it's not going to do so because this area of low pressure, warm front, cold front, it's all going to slide in this direction and bring us some showers, but not for a little while. You're fine for the morning commute. You're fine for the evening commute. But the clouds are starting to build up for you later on this evening. And by about midnight tonight, the area of low pressure is passing by mainly to our south, but we are close enough that we see some pretty solid showers from midnight until about 6 a.m. And then it should start to shut down for you after that. And we'll see a drier sky. I mean, give or take a few hours on the timing with that, but the bottom line is it will be wet tonight into early tomorrow morning, and then we'll catch a break after that. The next round of showers wants to come at us as we head toward sometime later on Friday, but not a big deal today. High temp gets up to 47 degrees. Rain showers come through in the overnight hours, so just be aware of that, and there you go. All right, let's bring in Inez again and see where, yep, I see a lot of red on the maps.
Yeah, it's a little busy out there. Street cleaning rules are in effect. Right now, we have a crash on the Belt Parkway eastbound right by the Verrazano Bridge, blocking a lane, and also on the Belt Parkway in Queens, there's an accident eastbound at Farmers Boulevard, also one lane blocked. The Gowanus, that's moving slow, very slow, from the Belts Merge heading towards the Prospect. Just usual delays there inbound. On the outbound side, you look good. The LIE, you have delays over by the Grand Central, both directions. And the rails look good. We've had some subway problems, so make sure you check ahead. Rosanna and Curt, back to you.
Okay, thank you, Inez. Well, Mayor-elect Mamdani continues to build out his administration as he gets ready to take office.
This is a meeting with President Trump could soon be on the agenda. Robert Moses, what do you know?
Yeah, that will be an intriguing meeting, to say the least, to be a fly on the wall for that one.
Are they going to be cameras there or what?
I sure hope so.
Yeah.
But we're still waiting to hear details of that meeting, the specifics of exactly where, exactly when. We don't have a date just yet. Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani taking office a little more than 6 weeks from now. And plans are in the works to set up that in-person meeting with President Donald Trump. You'll remember Sunday night, the president said Mamdani wants to come to Washington to meet with him. Well, Mamdani revealed yesterday that his team had reached out to the White House. According to his spokeswoman, that took place in the last week. No date, again, has been announced. After serving meals at a food pantry in the Bronx yesterday, the mayor-elect said that he plans to tell President Trump what the president's own supporters have been telling him.
The president ran a campaign where he spoke about a promise to deliver cheaper groceries, a promise to reduce the cost of living. We are seeing his actions and that of his administration in Washington leading to the exact opposite effect for New Yorkers.
Mayor Eric Adams remains in Israel at this point. He had been scheduled to return to the city today, but will now travel on to Uzbekistan before coming back here Sunday. The mayor met with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who thanked him for, quote, his great support of Israel and for being a true friend of the Jewish people. Mayor Adams had previously said that if he were a Jewish New Yorker, he'd be concerned about his children. A clear dig at Mamdani. The mayor-elect responded by questioning the mayor's priorities in his waning days in office.
This is a time when New Yorkers are on the brink of being priced out of the city that they call home. And his actions have little to do with that affordability crisis. And what they show, in fact, is why New Yorkers are so desperate for a new administration, one that will focus on the needs of the city and will look to speak to working class New Yorkers as to what those needs are, as opposed to war criminals.
A reference there to the charges brought against Netanyahu by the International Criminal Court for his actions in Gaza. Some of the mayor-elect's most high-profile conservative critics yesterday announced the formation of what they're calling a watchdog to monitor his decision-making when he takes office. Among the members of that group, billionaire John Katzimatidis, who extended an olive branch to the mayor-elect.
Everything that happened in the campaign, how do they say about it in Brooklyn? Forget about it. The one thing that we all hold in common is we all love New York. And we want New York to go in the right direction, and we want New York to thrive like it always has.
I've spoken with John in the past. I look forward to putting together an administration that will deliver on the needs of every single person that calls the city their home.
There's a new Siena poll out this morning. It shows that Mamdani has a 55% favorability rating among city voters. That kind of tracks considering he got more than 50% of the vote in the election just a couple weeks ago. Now, among state voters, that favorability rating drops to 40%. Rosanna and Curt, back to you.
All right. Thank you very much, Robert. Meanwhile, efforts at the White House are underway to make it easier for international ticket holders to enter the U.S. for the 2026 FIFA World Cup.
President Trump met with the FIFA president, Gianni Infantino, in the Oval Office yesterday. He said that his administration is trying to fast-track visa applications to help fans from all over the world come to the U.S. for next summer's tournament. 16 locations have been chosen for the matches, with 11 in the U.S., 3 in Mexico, 2 in Canada. The competition will run from June 11th to July 19th. The administration also announced that because things have been streamlined, it will now take fans about 60 days or less to get a visa to come and watch the matches.
It's going to create nearly 200,000 jobs for America. Since the creation of the White House FIFA Task Force earlier this year, Secretary Rubio's team at the State Department has worked tirelessly with the Department of Homeland Security to ensure that soccer fans from all around the world are properly vetted and able to come to the United States next summer easily.
All right, that's good news. A lot of them will be coming here to New York to see some of those games.
Yeah, they're going to be 8 group stage matches, and the final will be at MetLife.
Wow. Well, the 2026 World Cup draw will be held at the Kennedy Center in D.C. on December 5th.
And keep in mind that if you can't make it to one of those matches at MetLife, or you want to travel the country and go somewhere else, don't worry about it. We got you covered. Fox 5 is your home for the 2026 FIFA World Cup. You can look for updates and features leading up to the big event next summer and starting next month. Fox 5 will be airing a new show focusing on World Cup news and stories from around the country. You can catch the first episode of Fox Local's Football HQ on Sunday, December 7th, which is just 2 days after the World Cup draw. Football.
Yes. Okay, let's move along. Developing at this hour, if you're trying to use X, formerly Twitter, the social media site is down for many people. Internet infrastructure provider Cloudflare is looking into what caused this outage. It's also impacting other services, including ChatGPT. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't try that. According to Down Detector, which tracks the outages, thousands of people started having problems around 6:40 this morning. Yeah, that makes sense. I was trying that. Use of X is intermittent at this point. Cloudflare did have scheduled maintenance today for one of its data centers. No word if the outage is related, but ChatGPT also affected. There you go.
All right, when we come back, we've got recording artist Bun B and actor Glenn Turman. They're both joining us.
They're talking about a new documentary on Peacock. It's called High Horse, the Black Cowboy, celebrating the powerful heritage of the black cowboy culture. We'll get to the bottom of this when they come on in just a few minutes.
were no black cowboys, then America would not exist.
That's a clip from a new 3-part pop culture and historical documentary confronting and reclaiming the Wild West while revealing the story of the black cowboy, a history that has been largely untold.
High Horse, The Black Cowboy, premieres this Thursday on Peacock. And joining us now to tell us all about it, a recording artist, Bun B, and actor Glenn Turman. Both of you very familiar to our viewers. Good to see you.
Good to see
both
you.
of you.
Well. Thank you.
So, first of all, tell us how you got attracted to this. Obviously, you've been in the cowboy culture world for a long time, Glenn. You know, you've ridden horses, you've done the rodeo, but how did you get attached to this project specifically?
Well, Mr. Peele, he asked...
Jordan Peele.
Yes, Jordan Peele, who is the producer of this wonderful document that I can't wait for you to see it. It's really, really in-depth and really very well done. This gentleman, boy, he carries it. He carries... we're on his shoulder here. And he said that he thought it was time, and I don't know if, I wonder if he got it from doing a motion picture that he did not too long ago. I think it was
Get Out?
Not Get Out.
No.
Yeah, right. And I think he got involved in the culture and wanted to dive deeper into it. And that's exactly what we've done. And so, you know, like you said, I've been a part of this for a long time. And so he thought maybe I would have something to contribute.
So I don't know, do I call you Bun, Reverend Bun? Well, you know.
Bun is fine.
Bun is fine. Okay, so talk about this project specifically and what you hope people get out of it that don't know anything about black culture and the cowboy culture.
I think on his nose, the assumption for many people will be that the idea of the black cowboy is black history or African American history, but it's American history. We are part of the story of this country. We contributed many things to the building of this country, and to be quite honest, a lot of that has been subverted and distorted. And so thank God for Jordan Peele and Monkey Paw Films for coming with this concept to further tell the story completely of the contributions of the black cowboy in America.
Glenn, you grew up in New York City, right?
Yeah.
Lower East Side.
Yeah,
and how did you get into the whole cowboy culture? I was fascinated reading your history.
Well, what it was my love for horses, actually. You know, anything equestrian, I wanted to be around. I learned how to ride right here in Central Park.
You did?
Back in the 60s, yeah.
How?
I used to play hooky from school and go up to the park and say, Mister, it was on 63rd Street. They had 67th Street.
They used to have a horse stable
over there.
in Central Park, right?
And I said, let me shovel. I'll shovel that and muck those stalls if you teach me how to ride and let me ride the horses around in the arena. That's how I learned how to ride.
And by the way, your mother was very supportive.
Yes, she was.
Because she wanted you, she had you in the Broadway theater culture.
Yes.
And then she realized that you love horses so much. And what a mom. She supported it.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what it was. I got the support that I needed. She saw that she couldn't keep me away from it. So she made sure that I benefited from that desire, you know. And here I am with my own ranch and horses and teaching people and rodeo and the Grand Marshal of the Bill Pickett Rodeo. Let's not leave that out.
Yes, sir. And part of this new documentary, High Horse, the Black Cowboy, here's another clip from it.
When you nod your head and they open up the gate, it's just you and that horse. I want to take control. I want to cover the horse for 8 seconds.
It is man against beast.
Rodeo is about grit. When life deals you a hand that knocks your face in the dirt, what you gonna do? You better get up as quick as you can.
Oh, yeah.
You know, we talk about the history of black cowboys and the cowboy culture.
And cowgirls, cowboys and cowgirls.
Good point. Like rodeo is a main part of it, Bun, right now, especially with young people as they get a chance to see it. Explain the difference between the black rodeo and the regular rodeo.
Well, I think really, to be honest, it's just the color of the skin people that are participating. I mean, there's no difference in the competition. I mean, black people invented bulldogging, you know, so this is not a new thing for us. We've been a part of this culture. We've been ingrained in this culture for years, and now it's just a way for young people to really understand what the history is, how long we've been contributive to this country, and that we're still a very big part of what rodeo lifestyle is today.
I've seen a couple of them, though. The atmosphere is a little bit different.
Yeah.
The crowd?
Well, you know, we put our flavor to it.
Yeah.
You know,
There's a little swag. There's a little swag for sure.
So how can we see the documentary?
The documentary premieres this Thursday. It'll be on Peacock. All 3 pieces will be available, so people will not have to wait for another week to see the next episode. They can stream all 3 episodes.
Oh, I like that.
Yes, we wanted people to be able to.
Because you get into it, you just want to keep staying.
And I think this is going to be a great watch for families over the Thanksgiving holidays. It'll be a great thing to have on the screen while you guys are eating and talking and communing together. But you'll also be learning things. You're learning a lot about America, learning a lot about black culture, learning a lot about rodeo culture. And this is the kind of education that we think many people need today. And I'm so thankful to be a part of it.
And it's good that you can do it with multiple generations in the household as well.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's one of those programs that during the holidays, you got little kids, teenagers, everybody can sit down and watch it together.
Everybody loves the cowboy.
Yeah. Exactly.
And there's no fighting.
No.
Just sit down, watch it, be entertained, learn something.
Yeah, don't have those conversations that divide families at the dinner table. Just watch the documentary. It's safe.
All right, Bun B, Glenn Turbin, thank you so much for bringing this to our attention.
Thanks for having us.
All right, always good to see you.
We should get
Woods.
Mike on a horse.
Oh,
that would be fun.
Have you ever been on a horse, Mike?
I've been on a horse, but my great-grandfather was a black cowboy out
Really?
west. Yes.
How are we just finding this out?
Out west. I know. It's it's a thing in the family, but I loved it. I can't wait for the documentary to see it myself. So here you go.
Nice.
Let's show you what's going on here in the tri-state region. We do have a clear sky here right now, and yeah, it looks like we've got a storm on the way, but it's bringing most of its rain down to the south of us, and it looks like we are going to see perhaps some solid showers, or at least for a short while tomorrow morning. But yeah, right now we're okay. We got a sunny sky, some very cold temperatures, 38 degrees Central Park, 39 for you out at Newark, 32 degrees in Monticello, and the wind is coming in from the west at around 10 to 18 miles per hour. So it's a decent little breeze, but not as windy as what we had yesterday, but it does make it feel a little bit colder than it actually is. But as the day goes on, we'll start off with the sunshine, but the clouds start building in. Rain chances, I don't think there's really much of anything going on during the day, but later on this evening into tonight, yes, we are looking at a good shot at showers. We're talking about a 60% chance of showers that kick in close to midnight tonight into tomorrow, and then it's going to kind of hang tight for the morning, and then by the time we get into the morning commute for you tomorrow, most of it is pulling away from us here in the tri-state region. So that is good news because it doesn't impact too many folks out there as the rain swings on by. But yeah, it looks like we'll have a couple of dry days once we get through the rainfall. But what's being put out by about 5 o'clock tomorrow morning, about a tenth to a quarter of an inch of rain is what we should get out of it, and that's about it. Fine during the day. High temp goes up to 47 degrees. The showers come in tonight and into tomorrow morning. It'll dry out after that. Then more nighttime showers come through from about Friday on. All right, that's your forecast. Let's get you over to Inez Rosales and see what's going on with the commute. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Mike. If you're heading into the city, the GWB right now, it's 45 minutes on the upper and lower levels heading inbound. Lincoln Tunnel 495, a bit slow coming up Route 3 in the Turnpike. You do slow down a little bit after Kennedy, so it's about 20 to 25 inbound. The Holland Tunnel about 30 minutes. Rails, they look good, running on or close. Rosanna and Curt.
Thank you so much, Inez. Coming up, entertainment news is next. We're getting our first look at the new Moana live action film.
Plus, season 4 of Fox's Special Forces, World's Toughest Test. Well, it's coming to an end. The finale is Thursday. Before that, we're going to be joined by one of the celebrity recruits, TV star Cody Brown, to hear about his experiences.
All right, Mercury's getting minted. Today, Britain's Royal Mint is releasing a new coin honoring Queen legend.
Yes, Queen legend.
Not the Queen.
No, the singer.
Freddie
lead singer,
Mercury, you're
Freddie
talking
Mercury,
about?
the one and only.
Oh, the coin marks 40 years since the band's iconic 1985 performance at Live Aid. It features an image of the band's frontman holding the microphone. Freddie Mercury died in 1991. He was 45 years old. He died of HIV. The coin starts around $24. It will go on sale on the Royal Mint website today.
If you have not seen that Live Aid performance, go back and watch it. Or even if you have seen, it's electric still to this day.
I thought you were going to tell me to go back and watch the movie.
With Rami Malek.
Yeah, that was
which is very good as well.
That it was, and the fact that he was singing all of Freddie Mercury's lyrics.
Well, that movie made me go back down the rabbit hole and start watching it. It's unbelievable. That
legendary performance.
Yep, it really is.
Speaking of legendary, but in a different world, I know how much you both love video games.
Yes.
Zelda, right? Raise your hand if you've ever played Zelda.
I have a friend named Zelda.
Wait. Kurt's played Zelda? Come on, Kurt.
Way back in the day.
And you have a friend named
Mario
Zelda.
Brothers, yeah.
All right. Oh, you played Mario Brothers too? Come on now. I love it. All right, well, let's talk more video games. Luigi, it's a me, Mario. But we are talking about The Legend of Zelda, not Mario. Now there's going to be an upcoming film adaptation, live action. Nintendo releasing images showing the actress Bo Bragson as Princess Zelda. There she is right there, as well as actor Benjamin Ainsworth as the swordsman Link. He's the big hero. Other cast members are not known as of yet, but the film adaptation of the beloved video game, it's being directed by the Maze Runner director Wes Ball, and Legend of Zelda is currently slated to hit theaters in May of 2027. Now get this, the first Legend of Zelda, as Rosanna would know, that video game came out in 1986, the original.
And these were fancy graphics back then.
Back in the day, right? Well, since then, there's been 21 different iterations of the adventurous video game, and now a movie on the big screen. Be careful climbing up that mountain there, Link. All right, and now let's talk about another live-action remake, though. This one of an animated film you've probably seen 300 times. We're talking about Moana. She is. If you have kids or grandkids, you've watched this movie on repeat. The animated version, well, now guess what? You get a live-action version. This one still featuring Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson and Catherine Legaia, and Johnson reprising his role as the shape-shifting demigod Maui, and Legaia playing the title character of Moana. You just saw her singing right there in the trailer. She performs that beautiful song, How Far I'll Go, and the tune also appeared in that original back in 2016, but the remake is slated to hit theaters next summer on July 10th. And speaking of next year, let's get ready for the first Monday in May, shall we? Because we already know next year's Met Gala theme. Get ready, as the 2026 theme is costume art, and you're looking at a little preview right there on your screen. It aims to pair garments with objects throughout the museum to show how fashion is really intertwined with various art forms. Now, the CEO and director of the Met says that this exhibit will draw inspiration from the human body. We certainly see plenty of that on the red carpet, but we'll see how this sort of comes to fruition next year. As always, the Met Gala, as I said, first Monday in May, which is May 4th. And also, May the 4th be with you. So a lot to celebrate next year. But yesterday in Newark, let's talk about this. Musician and producer Wyclef Jean, he stopped by a local high school for an early holiday present, as the Grammy Award winner donated some musical instruments to American History High School, all as part of Music Will, which is Wyclef's nonprofit organization. All right, Ro giving us the background vocals. I love it. The performance was in front of Wyclef. There he is right there sitting.
That's a jacket.
I know. How about that?
Wow.
Come on. We all need a jacket like that.
Exactly. But we can't all pull that off, though, like he can.
That's very true, Kurt.
He's got it.
Maybe we'll pass on the jacket, but he was there also performing on stage, including the kids actually played Kill Me Softly, of course, which is a song from the Fugees, which he helped to found, and then he was up there on stage playing drums. So we love Wyclef.
We
Great
need
friend
him.
of Good Day.
He hasn't been here in a while.
Wyclef, where you at? Come on.
All right.
Come
anyway,
in studio.
Thank you, Ryan.
You're
Got to
welcome.
get ready for the 9 o'clock hour of Good Day, because actor Mads Mikkelsen is here talking about dust bunnies.
Plus, actress Marissa Bodie from Wicked and Cody Brown.
From Fox 5 New York, this is Good Day New York.
Sun's out, but it's cold and windy. Mike is tracking your forecast.
Well, just days after President Trump changed his position, today the House is expected to vote on whether to release investigative files on convicted child sex offender Jeffrey Epstein.
A casino could be coming to Queens, but not without some serious pushback. We've got the latest on what's happening in that neighborhood.
Wicked for Good finally hits theaters this week. We've got actress Marissa Bodie here. She's going to get us ready for the blockbuster musical finale.
And speaking of finales, did you know Special Forces World's Toughest Test is going to have a winner this week? We've got a competitor, Cody Brown, to talk about the finale.
I think they're down to the final 5, and it will be determined on Thursday.
Oh, gee. Let's see what he knows. All right, that's coming up. Yeah, we need some inside gossip. Anyway, you've come to the right place. Good Day, New York. I'm Rosanna Scotto.
I'm Curt Menefee. We appreciate you being with us. Mike Woods joins us right now at 9:01. Gorgeous shots outside, but you want to grab maybe a coat. I was going to say a jacket, maybe a little bit more.
Yeah, exactly. It's a little cold outside for starters here today as our temps drop back down into the 30s for us here, and there's a little wind at the same time. So with that being the case, you gotta bundle it up. We're not quite used to it just yet. Now, it looks fine as far as the radar and satellite is concerned. We do have a clear sky here, and it does look like we're going to keep the sunshine around for a few more hours, but soon enough, you'll notice the clouds starting to build in from the west. Here's what we've got as far as temperatures go. We've got 40 out at Central Park, so we already took it up a little bit there. 42 in Newark. 39 degrees for you in Sussex, and there is a little bit of wind out there as well, coming in from the west at around 8 to as much as 16 miles per hour. Winds were even more gusty yesterday, so today it's a breeze that we have going on, and it does make it feel a little bit cooler. But at least you've got a lot of sunshine out there for the time being, but that's not going to last for too much longer. High pressure's in control just off the coast of the Carolinas and Virginias, but this area of low pressure, which is about to move across the Mississippi River Valley area, has the warm front, cold front. That's all going to sweep into mainly just to our south, at least the bulk of it, the center of that storm, but it's still going to be close enough to us that we have to deal with some showers here locally as well. So get ready for that. That'll be coming through in about 12 hours or so. We're starting to see the clouds increase here later tonight as the as high pressure moves offshore. Clouds start to build in, and then we're going to see the rain chances picking up after midnight tonight. We're going to see the showers kick in, and it looks like some pretty heavy rain for the central and southern sections of New Jersey, a little closer to the storm center. But the rest of us here, we get a decent little hit of rain coming on by from about midnight until about 6 or 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, and then it starts to sweep free of the area as drier air works in on the backside and high pressure takes back over again. But we'll take whatever we can get out of it, but if we get a tenth to about a quarter of an inch of rain, that'll help us out with the whole drought situation, or at least kind of keep us from falling any further behind, because it's been dry for a while. 47 is your high, clouds build in through the day, and then we get to the point to where we get some showers tonight. Low drops down to 38, so it's not just wet, but cold again tomorrow morning. High of 47 tomorrow. It's just morning showers. It clears out after that. And then we have a little dry time until we get to late Friday night into Saturday, when there's another small shower chance at that time. All right, let's get you over to Inez for another check-in on the commute. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Mike. Street cleaning rules are in effect today. Right now, we have a crash over in New Jersey, slowing things down. Route 24 westbound, right by exit 7. One lane blocked with an accident. You could see it causing delays there heading westbound. Eastbound, you're okay. Then the Gowanus, looking at our cameras, it's just slow heading inbound from the Belts Merge heading towards the Prospect. You have a slow ride on the outbound side. You're fine. The George Washington Bridge heading into Manhattan, it's about 45 minutes on the upper and lower level. If you're heading towards the Lincoln Tunnel, it's about 20 to 25 minutes inbound. The Holland Tunnel, about 30 minutes. Rails, we're looking good. Everything running on or close to schedule. Rosanna and Curt, back to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Inez. The U.S. House is expected to vote today on whether to release the Jeffrey Epstein files.
President Trump is now urging Republicans to vote in favor of the release. Jessica Formoso joins us right now with the details before the vote. Jessica.
Good morning, Curt and Rosanna. That vote in the House is expected to pass with an overwhelming margin. It would force the Justice Department to publicly release all its files on Jeffrey Epstein. This all comes after months of pressure from Democrats and some high-profile Republicans wanting the files to be made public. Now, over the weekend, President Trump urging Republicans to vote in favor of the bill, insisting he's fine with making all the records related to the convicted sex offender public. The president said he would sign if both the House and the Senate pass it. Now, on Truth Social, the president wrote, House Republicans should vote to release the Epstein files because we have nothing to hide. The House Oversight Committee can have whatever they legally entitled to. I don't care. All I do care about is that Republicans get back on point. Now, President Trump has repeatedly said he knew nothing about Epstein's sex crimes, despite he and Epstein being friends for some time. Now, during his presidential campaign, Trump supported releasing the Epstein files, but then flipped, calling the investigation a Democrat hoax. Last week, Democrats released selected emails suggesting Trump was aware of Epstein's trafficking of girls. Trump has denied any wrongdoing, calling for an investigation into Epstein's ties to Democrats.
We have nothing to do with Epstein. The Democrats do. All of his friends were Democrats. All I want for people to recognize the great job that I've done on pricing, on affordability, because we brought prices way down, but they're going way lower. We've done a great job. And I hate to see that deflect from the great job we've done. So I'm all for it.
Donald Trump appears to have chickened out on the Epstein scandal. He's caved. It's a complete and total surrender.
A separate investigation conducted by the House Oversight Committee has released thousands of pages of emails and other documents from Epstein's estate showing his connections to global leaders, Wall Street power brokers, influential political figures, which include former President Bill Clinton and Trump himself. Now, back to today's vote. The House is expected to pass it. It's unclear, though, whether the Senate will take this up, although it appears the president has given Senate leaders the green light. Curt and Rosanna.
Okay, thank you so much, Jessica. Meanwhile, an Israeli was killed. 3 were wounded in an attack at an intersection in the West Bank. It comes after the United Nations Security Council approved a U.S. peace plan for Gaza. It authorizes an international stabilization force to provide security in the region and a possible future path to an independent Palestinian state. The proposal calls for a yet-to-be-established board of peace as a transitional authority that President Trump would head. Hamas opposed the resolution, saying it does not meet the Palestinian people's political and humanitarian demands and rights. All right, let's talk about things a little closer to home right now. A proposed casino in Queens could be one step closer to becoming a reality, but not without some legal opposition.
Yeah, good day. Briella Tomasetti is joining us right now. What's the legal opposition?
You know what? This was hard for me to understand at first. So it's the U.S. Tennis Association filing a lawsuit against the city, but the pre-development agreement with the casino is between Steve Cohen, Metropolitan Park, his casino, and the Adams administration. So a lot of moving parts here. Steve Cohen clearing, though, yet another hurdle by signing that agreement with the city. It largely addresses concerns from the U.S. Tennis Association, whose lease bans or restricts events in the area during the U.S. Open. That is a key part of this. A spokesperson for Cohen's casino, Metropolitan Park, told Fox 5 in a statement just this morning this moves forward Metropolitan Park as a comprehensive transformation of the area that embraces the existing sports attractions to create a world-class sports and entertainment destination in the heart of Queens. This is a positive step forward for the local community and fans. For background, the Tennis Association owns the professional tennis complex right across the street from where Metropolitan Park is slated to be built. According to the New York Post, the deal respects the organization's superiority rights for parking lot spaces and prohibitions on other competing events and activities from taking place on neighboring lots, with the exception of Mets games at Citi Field. During the 23 days the Open takes place in September, the development comes after the U.S. Tennis Association filed a lawsuit accusing the Adams administration of violating the terms of its lease on the National Tennis Center. A spokesperson told the Post that the group is not withdrawing its claims against the city in court. He told the paper, quote, the underlying lawsuit against the city will continue, but we are hopeful that it can be resolved in a timely and amicable manner. Metropolitan Park is one of 3 proposals still in the running for up to 3 downstate casino licenses to be issued by the state by the end of this year. Other contenders include Bally's eyeing to build a casino at President Trump's former golf course in the Bronx, and Resorts World looking to expand on its already existing casino in South Ozone Park. I don't know if you guys ever saw that parking lot there.
Right.
You've obviously been to the Open.
Yeah.
It's a mess.
Yeah, and then that's why they have the right in writing to say you can't just use that parking for anything else during the tournament. But now that hurdle seems to be cleared because Steve Cohen's like, okay.
That's why the casino had to go and amend that agreement with the
Right.
city. It had to be done by, I believe it was yesterday, the 17th. They took care of that, and now we've just got to wait and see.
And the deadline's coming up for the casino.
The 1st to award the licenses, and then the 31st they give them out.
So did Steve Cohen not know about that parking lot
No,
agreement?
he did, but it was already a
Steve
legal
Cohen.
thing, so he had to make sure he got his ducks in a row before he could go to them and say, okay, I'll agree to not doing it.
Got it.
Yeah.
Politics.
I follow.
That's all it is.
But they're still in the running.
Exactly.
And he'll be able to use it the other 340 days of the year, so he'll be fine.
He'll make out on that deal, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Thank you.
All right, look, if you've been trying to log on to X, Twitter, and it's not working for you, you're not alone.
I don't know how I'm going to exist the rest of the hour. Anyway, apparently, internet infrastructure provider Cloudflare identified the problem, working on fixing it right now. The outage is also impacting other services, including ChatGPT. I don't know. I just used ChatGPT, was working, but X is not.
Maybe it's up and down.
I don't know. I just put in there, give me something funny to say about stuffing. Anyway, according to...
How'd that work out for you? Apparently it didn't work that funny because I didn't hear anything funny about stuffing.
let me work it out on you. Anyway, according to Down Detector, which tracks the outages, thousands of users starting having problems around 6:40 this morning. Use of X is intermittent at this point. Cloudflare says it had an unusual spike in traffic just before the outage. Right now, not clear what caused it, but the company is investigating. So still not up.
So that's what you're using ChatGPT
Yes.
for. I'm going to pull it up. And
See
you
if
want
it
to
works.
So hold on a second.
So this is what it said about stuffing. Why do we love stuffing? Because it's the only time of year that we all agree that bread mixed with butter, herbs, and pure joy is a side dish and not a personality trait.
I think ChatGPT is down right now because that's not funny. That's not working, okay?
Anyway, moving right along. Things that you didn't know you needed to know. From Miss New York to Miss America.
Crystal Young helping to spread some holiday cheer with Cassie Donegan after the break.
Fox.
All right, the holidays, as we know, are all about spreading joy, especially for people who need a little extra love this time of year. The newly crowned Miss America, Cassie Donegan, is doing just that at Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center.
All right, well, Crystal Young with her on the Upper East Side this morning. What's going on, Crystal?
Madison Avenue just got a little bit more special because Miss America is joining me this morning. I am sliding over. She is also a Miss New York, newly crowned September 7th, and she's from, say it?
Sunnyside, Queens.
Oh, that's right. She is the true queen from Queens with the crown on. Now, I love that you have so many causes, but you're in New York City, cutting a ribbon, doing a good thing. You're here because it's a precursor for a big event tonight, correct?
Yes, I'm so excited and honored to be a part of the opening kickoff tonight for the incredible Miracle on Madison Ave. I cannot wait to be able to spend time with the community, just all come together, being able to kick off shopping to fight childhood cancer.
Okay, now when did you feel like you were a beauty queen? Because Miss America is the big one. I feel like you had to be at this for a minute.
Well, I found the Miss America opportunity when I was 9. I was a part of our Little Sisters program and then was also a state title holder as a teen. Came back and had the honor of being Miss New York and now the incredible privilege and honor of being Miss America.
Okay, now I understand tonight you're going to sing. Is that correct?
Yes, just a little bit, yeah.
Okay, I love that. You're like, okay, expectations very small, but I am going to take a mic and do a little something. And later on today, you're going to Memorial Sloan Kettering. You'll be with adorable dogs and cheering up people.
Yeah, I mean, two of my favorite things combined. I am a dog lover through and through. If there is a puppy on the street, I will probably stop you and ask to pet it. And puppy is of all ages, by the way.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Don't discriminate.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And then also I love being around children and just people in general and connecting with them. That's my favorite part of my job as Miss America, is sparking those moments of joy with people, and they bring me just as much joy and happiness as I am thankfully able to bring them through this opportunity.
I love that. It's a two-way street. You feel good, you make them feel good, and everyone's smiling.
Exactly.
Okay, we have great teeth, great
Thank
smile.
you.
All right, hold on. Now, hold that thought. I'm going to slide over to Matt Bauer. So this stretch of Madison Avenue from 57th to 86 is about to get really illuminated. And then tell us about Miracle on Madison on Saturday.
Absolutely. So tonight at 5 o'clock, everyone is welcome to be here on Madison Avenue between 63rd and 64th Street as we light up over 114 trees along Madison Avenue that turns on the holiday season. And then also we celebrate the launch of the 39th annual Miracle on Madison Avenue, which is actually going to take place on Saturday, December 6th. And we have over 70 stores on Madison Avenue here on the Upper East Side that are going to be donating 20% of their sales to the charity, to the MSK pediatric programs. And we're going to have carolers, hot chocolate, all kinds of wonderful things. But don't forget to be here tonight at 5, because it's going to really kick things off and you'll get a real taste of how wonderful Madison Avenue is, and to get you to come out on Saturday, December 6th to support MSK kids.
Thank you so much. You know, we know that Madison Avenue is pretty darn wonderful. Yes, as New Yorkers, because he's Forest Hills, Queens. Okay, so let me slide over to you, and I just want to say that I really appreciate you coming out early, looking so pretty, wearing your crown. She is really attracting attention here on the Upper East Side. I mean, you don't see very many Miss Americas just hanging out on Madison and 63rd Street. But before I go, I want you to give us a little taste of your beautiful voice and what people can expect this evening.
Absolutely. Okay. Have yourself a merry little Christmas. Let your heart be light. That's all I'm going to give you.
Oh, my goodness. You are so good.
Thank you.
Oh, wow. What a fabulous voice. Gorgeous voice, gorgeous vibe. Keep doing what you're doing and have a great day and a great evening.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Okay, I'm going to toss it back inside to both of you, Curt and Rosanna. Have yourself. Okay. I'm not going to do it. Yeah. Don't say it. Okay.
Good idea.
Yeah, leave it to her. Yeah.
Thanks, Crystal.
Leave it to Miss America. All right, when we come back, we'll go from Miss America to a great Danish import. We've got critically acclaimed actor Mads Mikkelsen. Look at this. He's bringing his talent to the Good Day stage. He's in a new movie, which is a twisted tale of a child's worst nightmare.
You know, this way I'm looking at him, I'm giving him the side eye because it's a dark act. Yeah, don't look at me like that. I'm from Brooklyn.
I know you are.
Anyway, he apparently doesn't seem that scared. It's a dark action thriller. It's called Dust Bunny. We'll talk to Mods right after the break.
He works at Mr. Cacciatore's down on Sullivan Street, across from the medical.
Quits.
We are learning more and more about the Danish actor.
Boy, are we.
Yeah, I thought his name was Mads, then it was Mods, and now it's...
Mess.
Exactly.
Mess Mikkelsen.
Double S, no D.
I love it. Okay, he's in Brian Fuller's fantasy thriller, Dust Bunny, and it transforms a child's fears into something both terrifying and mesmerizing.
He plays the strange hitman neighbor to a young girl who believes her parents have been devoured by a monster, but he soon finds out there's more to their disappearance than meets the eye. It comes to theaters December 12th. Mess Mikkelsen joins us right now. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
And thanks for helping us pronounce your name.
Yeah, here you go.
What have you heard? Because it's M-A-D-S, and you've been in the States for a bit.
It's always been like Mads. But it's kind of easy. Just skip the D and do a double S. Mess.
Well, it's nice to meet you. This is not your first stop in New York, by the way. We were talking about it during the break.
Yeah, I was here back in the 80s. I was studying at Martha Graham. For some of the day, the rest of the day, I played basketball and pool. It was just very exotic to come here. I've seen it on telly, and then all of a sudden I was here.
But it's come in handy for you. You learned to dance early on, then you turned that into an acting career.
Yeah.
And it seems like you use those moves periodically whenever you need it. You were able to pull it out.
It comes in handy when you do stunts.
Yeah.
I was also a former gymnast, so that comes in handy. But I would be lying if I'm not turning older.
Well, you got a birthday next week, or this week?
It's this week.
22nd.
22nd.
Happy birthday, 22 years old. You look great.
Oh, I love it.
So, Miss, tell us about Dust Bunny, because it seems a little terrifying.
Yeah, it's a family film. But it is.
If you want to talk
Adam's
to your
Family?
kids,
It is. And let's put it this way: if there is a monster, it's a cute monster. But it's a story about the monster under your bed and how to deal with it. She deals with it by knocking the door of a neighbor, believing he can help her out. And let's put it this way: he's not succeeding.
Mess, I have to say, I mean, you're so athletic in this film. There's one scene everybody keeps talking about, and the choreography for this scene. I think we have a little clip. If you can kind of walk us through the choreography of this scene. Alyssa, okay, she's bringing it up.
She's bringing it up.
Any second.
I know what it is.
You know what it is, right?
It's in a corridor.
Yes, here we go. Tell us about this scene.
Yes.
Where you start crawling up a wall to spread eagle position.
Yes, here we go. And there are some, let's say, some bad guys entering my little neighbor's house.
Yes.
And I think the best way to deal with that is this.
So do you really climb up walls? I mean, or is that trick photography?
No, I can do that.
You can do that?
No, I can climb a little and they can help me a little. But the good thing about this guy was a stunt guy, but he was a former dancer himself. So we turned it into kind of a choreography that was it's a lifted film. It's a fairy tale, and we turned that stunt into that as well.
That's fun.
This feels more like a Halloween movie than a Christmas movie, though.
Exactly. It is.
Okay.
No, but it has that vibe. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a monster. I hope there's not too many monsters in your Christmases. So that it's got a Halloween vibe. For sure.
Did you enjoy doing this?
Yeah, I loved it. Yeah. It's not every day I get to do something that my kids or my grandkids can see, and this was a walk in the park in the sense that you're working with this little kid. She's 8 years old, and she was just wonderful and. I was so happy because she's Scottish. She brought in an accent so I wouldn't be alone. And then in 2 weeks, she got rid of it.
Really?
Yeah, I gotta talk to her how she did that.
Huh. We have a little clip from Dust Bunny. Let's see you in action.
Yeah. What's your name? Oh, it's A, your name.
Aurora. What's your name?
I've got $327.42 here, Aurora. Where you get all this money?
I robbed the church.
All right, so we should point out this reunites you with Brian Fuller, that anybody who loved the series Hannibal, which so many people did, that he worked with you on that.
Yeah, he did. He was a showrunner, and this is his first time directing. So I was just honored to be part of that. Funny little clip. Her name is Aurora, and as you can tell, I can't pronounce it. And the little girl, Sophie, she was like, she simply didn't get what I was saying. So we put it into the script that she was correcting me constantly.
Like you did us at the beginning here.
Yeah, exactly.
So your character in the movie doesn't have a name, or that's part of the plot line?
His name is Intriguing Neighbor. Right?
That's it?
Yeah. Enigmatic.
Okay.
Yep.
And by the way, while you're here, I just have to say, Casino Royale,
Yeah.
so good in that.
Yeah.
It was so good.
Good-
I mean,
good
any
film.
other Bond films coming up in your
I
future?
kind of died in that one, so I think it's over
So
for me.
you're going to be another character.
I could be, yeah, of this magical world. So
That could be the follow-up to Dust Bunny. There you go.
Could be, yeah.
You come back alive and haunt some kid somewhere.
Yeah, that's my modus operandi.
There you go. Well, we appreciate you coming in and helping us pronounce your name correctly. And we appreciate all your work. Seriously.
Thanks a lot.
Big fan.
Thanks a lot.
All right, thank you so much for joining us.
All right, check
Dust
out
Bunny's
Dust
in
Bunny.
theaters starting December 12th.
Very good. Very good. All right, you know what else is coming out? Wicked for Good. The clock is ticking in Oz. Wicked for Good just days away.
Yeah, it actually comes out on Friday.
So excited.
This is what I deal with on a daily basis. Jeez.
Marissa Bodie's here. She cannot be kept waiting.
I know, this is Melissa's moment. You ruined it. Hi, Marissa. See, you made me call her the wrong name, too.
Well,
Marissa Bodie joins us. We will get it all straightened out. Stick around. You never know what's going to happen here on Good Day.
As far as witches go, our next guest might be the sweetest. Marissa Bodie plays Nessa Rose in the star-studded film Wicked for Good.
Fans have been counting down to Friday's big release. It is almost here. We're thrilled to have Marissa with us here on the Good Day stage as the world gets ready to step into Oz. Nice to meet you.
Lovely to meet you guys too. Good morning.
Good morning. So how has this been for you? Because the distance between the first one and the second one has only been just a little over a year, but everybody, they can't wait for this to come out.
Yeah, I mean, the time, I know for the fans probably seems a lot longer, but for me, I feel like it really breezed by really fast. I mean, this was here before I knew it.
You play Nessa Rose, and at the end of the first one, your father dies, and so you get to be the new governor of Munchkinland.
Yeah.
So this character was good. Now it makes a turn.
Mm-hmm.
Does that mean that you played her two different ways, or do you find a way, or have to find a way, to be the same person?
I mean, I think it's the same person in a lot of ways, and I think her film oneself is definitely there deep down. And to your point, it's her. She had aspirations, and she went to college wanting to do more, and now she's taking on something because she has to, and because that's just how it fell in line. And I think that, on top of her father passing and her mother, of course, has been gone for a while now, Elphaba gone, and Bach really being the only person left in her life, I think she's just desperately holding on to that. But with that and with everything else, I think there comes a resentment and there comes a bit of coldness there. But I do think, and I tried to channel film one, her still being there deep down.
How fun was this for you to play this character? Because she really has a great arc, and I think the audiences are waiting for a little surprise, which maybe you can share.
Ooh, I'm like, what do I not spoil or get in trouble with? Well, yeah, Nessa.
She's like, yes.
Well,
She's running through her brain. What can I share?
What can I
share? Well, yeah, Nessa, she does sing more, a little bit more. She has.
That wasn't what I was asking, Marissa, but okay, fine.
Oh, wait. Oh, I do also fly. There's that. Was that it?
That's cool.
That's not a spoiler. That was part of a trailer.
Yeah, okay. It's in the trailer now.
The girlies know.
Okay. By the way, what a great character for you to play. And I know that this has been something that you just kind of wanted to kind of break through Hollywood with for your character.
Yeah.
Tell us what it's been like for you taking on this role in every way possible.
Oh my gosh. So many things, overwhelming, incredibly grateful, just huge, to your point that this is breakout role, just incredible, and something on this scale and something that's already been so beloved on Broadway. It's been incredible.
And also someone with, in a wheelchair actually, is in a wheelchair and not playing somebody in a wheelchair.
Yeah, totally, completely. And I honestly, I dream for a future in Hollywood where it's just the norm and where it isn't necessarily a big thing every time, because it's just every day you see a disabled person on set and a disabled person cast, as they should be, alongside our non-disabled peers in the industry.
I think you're talking about the slippers kind of hints towards that. Mm-hmm. On the Broadway play, she puts the ruby slippers on and she's able to walk. Mm-hmm. In the film, at least in the trailer, I'll say it that way, you're able to float. You can take the same role and adapt it.
Totally. And I think that's the beauty of art, is looking at things a different way and maybe making changes so that it's a little bit more, it's a little bit more healthy of a representation of disability, but also it gives her, in my opinion, a lot more dimension, and her desire isn't just that she wants to be healed or she wants to be fixed from her disability. Her motivation is a lot more deeper, and I think it makes it a lot more universal for audiences, both non-disabled and disabled audiences alike. And yeah, it gives a lot more to her story, and I think a lot more heart there.
All right, we have a clip of you in action. Let's see. Wicked for Good.
Perhaps a friendly game of cards once I'm done working.
Whatever you say, Madam Governor.
I asked you to call me Nessa. Remember? Bach. Never mind. I'll call you when I've finished.
Uh-oh. Okay, so last night was the opening in New York. I heard it was so much fun. I did notice that they tried to not have everybody talk to the press because of what happened when Ariana Grande, with Singapore. You've been very outspoken about some of these fans. I don't know if they're unhinged, but that guy was just trying to make a name for himself.
Yeah, I think just in general, just don't put your hands on somebody you don't know and respect people's boundaries. I don't think somebody has to tell you, hey, don't touch me to know to not touch somebody. I just think it's highly inappropriate.
Were people nervous last night at the premiere?
I don't think so. I'm not sure. I don't know if I necessarily got to talk to them about that. I think people maybe were a bit more on guard and just making sure that they were okay, but I think it's scary for anybody to go through, and so I just think it's now maybe something extra in the back of the mind, for sure.
Well, Marissa Bodie, go out and enjoy this moment. It comes out on Friday, Wicked for Good, and you know everybody is already begging for a third one. I hear you guys are going, maybe not, but fans want a third one.
I do think it's good to just sometimes leave art speak for itself and let art just let it be sometimes, but also you never know. Who knows? I'm not in the writer's room for that. Who knows?
Sounds like a hard no or not a hard no.
Who knows?
That's what I meant.
Maybe.
Maybe it's a who knows.
I like that.
All right, thank you so much, Marissa Bodie.
Thank you.
Congratulations on everything.
Thank you so much.
All right, still ahead with only one more episode to go. Competition getting very intense on Special Forces, world's toughest test.
We've got TV personality Cody Brown chatting with us about how he handled the brutal conditions and also why he shaved.
I had 18 kids with 4 wives.
Do you see a downside to it, or?
You know, it's been 3 divorces, and I would never do it again. I'd never marry again. There ended up being some bad blood with family over the divorces. And in some cases, with my children, communication has ceased.
Well, that's Cody Brown bringing all his worlds together right here on TV.
It's heavy.
Fox's hit reality competition, Special Forces, World's Toughest Test, and it's rapidly approaching the end of the season 4. The finale comes up on Thursday.
All right, we've seen celebrities from across all entertainment pitting themselves against the most difficult tests the United States Armed Forces go through. With us right now is one of the finalists, TV personality Cody Brown.
How are
nice
you?
to see you.
Thank you.
This has been a heavy experience for you because, I mean, it's kind of brought up all your past.
Well, that's what they do, right? Isn't that what the gig is? It's
they break you down.
They're going to find you in every weakness, and I'm surprised they didn't pull me out because of that hair. I mean, did you see my hair?
The hair, looks good.
My hair was problematic.
So did you really, because everybody's wondering if you had genuine growth or just trying to get a little attention on...
When you're talking about attention, I got a big mouth and it runs all the time. So it's sort of like, I don't care if you give me attention or not, I'm still talking to you. It's just a kind of part of my disposition, I guess. So, I wanted to go there and really get the challenge. Like, I was expecting more physical, even though they kept telling me it's going to be mental. I was expecting more physical, so I wanted to show that I still had it.
So it wasn't physical enough for you?
I pulled my hamstring on day 3. I had a fist-sized bruise, or tore it. I tore my hamstring on day 3, and I had a big fist-sized bruise back of my knee. That was physical. Christy Rampone, soccer coach, I'm like, Christy, you know how to run with the wounds, don't you? And she's like, yeah, this is how you do it. So she kept me in the game, and I kept going, and my speed stayed, even though I'm 57.
When you don't have speed, it's easy for it to stay. You know, I'm right there with you. Like, same speed I used to be. It's slow. You know,
I was never really fast, but I could keep up.
You understand it. All right. So talk about this then. If it wasn't as physically challenging as you thought it would be, was it as mentally taxing as you thought?
It was way more mentally taxing. I started to fade into day 5, 6. My mental capacity was obviously strained. Like my disposition, I was still optimistic. I mean, that was my gift the whole time, is that I was fit and optimistic, but I was irritating my peers.
So was the one person that you leaned on that kind of helped you get through all that?
Ravi Patel was there. I was having a bad day, about day 3 or so, I don't remember. And I'm just like, dude, I need a hug. And it's genuine, it's great, real good connection. After that, I went to Andrew West and Sean West a lot. They really helped.
So
East.
I am
Wrong
so
direction.
sorry. I get them all the time and stuff. So you gotta know something. I gotta make a confession. Randall Cobb is there. And I'm pretty much like just friendly with everybody. I love them all. I can't help myself. And I kept calling him another name the entire time.
Oh, no.
And so I'd get everybody's names mixed up. And, of course, I mix up East and West and left and right, too.
Okay. Well, Sean and Andrew are going to be on the show tomorrow.
Oh, good.
Leading up to the finale, which happens on Thursday. So that's why, as soon as you said it, I was like, huh? What? I was like, you know how your dog looks at you? So, huh? Like one of those kind of things?
It's just part of my condition, getting the name wrong.
All right, Cody, we got a little seed from you from Special Forces.
Right.
Let's see.
Are you taking ownership right now?
My failures was because I didn't know about being a good dad and husband, and I thought I did. I really thought I did. And I misunderstood that. And I did it wrong in so many ways, and I hated being blamed for it. And so it made me resistant to ownership.
Yeah, that resistance or not wanting to be blamed, it's a very adolescent way of looking at things.
I'll take that.
Epiphany.
No, ownership. I'm only partly to blame. All my children had a great relationship with me until the divorces.
So 18 kids, right?
Yes, and I had a great relationship with my children. There were 4. There is 1.
Okay.
Okay. So when the divorces happened, the children were the victims of the divorce, and they had to pick sides. And they had a closer relationship because of polygamy to their mothers. And so there was just a natural movement that they moved away from me, and that hurt me. And so I was doing the best that I could through the entire situation, but it tended to get very, very toxic because every one of our flaws and our faults is being portrayed by another person, pointing a finger in my other show.
And playing out on national television as well. I mean, not everybody understands, but you're part of Sister Wives, still part of Sister Wives, and it was about polygamy, and you and your 4 wives and 18 kids, you're divorced to everybody except one.
Yes.
Right.
And as they left, we were both responsible for it, but I'm in a military type of situation here with Rudy and Billy, and I felt like the only military way to manage this is to take full responsibility. If you're partly culpable, you're fully culpable. It's just like ownership. And so I went into it going, yeah, I was the problem. I was the one that made the mistakes. But in all reality, it's to be shared with ex-wives.
Have your kids seen the show? And
I do not know.
So you still haven't really reached out?
I've got my oldest son is rooting for me.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I'll see something.
Yeah. I'm just wondering if it's changed anything since, you've returned.
Well, I'm reaching out. when you start to heal a relationship that's gone bad for years, it gets like, it's not pretty. So I'm going through the sort of the unpretty process. I don't want to say ugly because it's progress, I guess. But it's mostly the real issue is like, we broke up as a family. I can't be the only one that's culpable for that. Everybody else has to take responsibility. The ex-wives have to take partial responsibility. And in this moment, I'm like, it was all me because, well, it's just the state I was in. I was going to sit and get caught up in nuance.
One of the ex-wives, I think, is claiming that you made her or wanted her to sign an NDA. Anything to that?
That was on a... That's so crazy. No, that was all something that a legal representative, a lawyer had said, you better just do this, and this is part of, like, and it was all about a business transaction that was happening. It wasn't part of the show. Gosh, so things, get really misconstrued and misunderstood. And the problem was the two of us were only talking through lawyers at the time. So, when you just can't, I mean, there's a reason why we're broke up. We struggled to communicate.
All right, well, that's the other show. The one that you're on Fox, Special Forces. Yeah. It finishes up on Thursday. You're one of 5 finalists. You're not going to share with us who won. Who won? Unless you want to.
Well, they're not going to let me win with that hairdo.
Okay. Well, you got rid of the hair. You got rid of part of the beard. That happened on Sister Wives this past week. The airing of it.
Okay.
Yeah, happened this week.
The beard. You had the full beard because I had to catch back up with my other show. So the whole time I'm on Special Forces, I'm not shaving, and it was funny. My peers, I didn't know we were going to have a shower, so I didn't take deodorant. My peers started going, "Hey, Cody, you kind of smell." Right. Hey, Andrew East, have you got some deodorant, buddy? Would you share? Thanks, Andrew.
All right, catch him on the finale Thursday night. It's very interesting to meet you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing this morning.
When we come back, we're going to take a trip to the Mediterranean.
Really? So I didn't bring my passport this morning.
Nor my deodorant.
We're getting a taste of Hudson River Park's newest restaurant. It's called Of Corsica with executive chef Andrew Minatelli when we come back.
We know we can't change everything you don't like about shopping, but here at Stop and Shop, we're going all out to improve what we can.
Thank you.
We've seen you doing finger math in the store, but no more of that. You deserve a better way to save.
Heck yeah, I do.
With over 10,000 items always on sale, it's time we actually loved grocery shopping.
Justin, when was the last time you went on break?
I'm on break right now. With so many ways to save, good things are in store at Stop and Shop.
box.
All right, just as the colder weather blows into the Big Apple, escape to the Mediterranean as Chelsea's newest restaurant of Corsica opens up.
Corsica. I got it. It's fun. It's a fun name. The elevated rustic experience held its grand opening in September. It's already making a name for itself on Pier 57 at Hudson River Park. Joining us is the man at the helm, Executive Chef Andrew Minatelli. Nice to see you.
Nice to
Thanks
see
for
you.
coming in.
So
my
tell
pleasure.
us about Corsican food.
Corsican food. Well, Corsica is like it's a French island right off the coast of Italy.
Sardinia, right over the
the ocean there.
yeah.
So it's kind of a mix of French and Italian food. That's my background as well. Grew up in New Jersey in my uncle's pizzeria, Italian food.
Really? What's the
Yeah.
name of the pizzeria?
It was called Mimi's. It's not there anymore. But then I went to the French Culinary Institute in Manhattan. So I kind of mixed both cuisines growing up.
Did you just decide to mix it, or did you go to Corsica and it gave you the idea?
No, that was my story, and then the owner went to Corsica, and he decided to open this restaurant, and then they found me.
Okay, so you just opened up in September. You already got boiling water here.
Yeah.
So that means we better do something.
Sure, yeah. We're gonna make some, this is a saffron malritas. We make all our pastas in-house. It's a very seafood-focused restaurant. We got a little shrimp there, some white wine. Kind of deglaze the pan there. We add some Calabrian chili butter to go with that. Sorry, excuse me. We kind of mix that through. We make like a little emulsion. The shrimp in there. And then we just wait for our pasta at this point.
So, Chef, while we're waiting for the pasta to be ready, I love the way that you present your fish. This bronzino is so gorgeous. Tell us a little bit about what you have on top.
So we serve it just like that in the restaurant. It's butterflied head on. This is brown butter, hazelnuts, lemon segments, and parsley. So it's very rich and hearty.
So you talked about being seafood forward.
Yeah.
You got the fish, you got the shrimp.
Yep.
I see a little carpaccio of some sort.
Tuna carpaccio with a little sauce provençale. So it's basically like olives and chilies, peppers. It's a very, it lends itself very well to the tuna.
Do you have non-seafood dishes for people that are seafood averse?
Yeah, we have a bistec, Florentina, or T-bone. It's very, very good. And then chicken as well.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah.
Okay, is that pasta ready for us?
Sure is. Get some of this.
And what type of pasta is that again?
This is called malritas. So it's basically a derivative of gnocchi. It's a semolina flour pasta.
And it looks thicker, heartier, rolled up.
Yep.
So that hold the sauce better or
It
something?
holds the sauce better, absolutely. It's got a nice chew to it, a nice bite to it. We finish it with some crab meat.
Ah, yes.
And
that looks good.
some scallions.
Chef, how many days a week are you open?
We are open 6 days a week right now. We just opened for lunch. Today is our first day of lunch.
Ah.
Yeah.
So is this your first lunch preparation? We get it?
Yes, absolutely. yeah.
Oh, that looks fantastic, Chef.
Thank you very much. I could plate it up for you.
Yeah, please. Okay, so what days are you open again?
We are just closed on Mondays.
Mondays, okay.
Yeah.
And is it Pier 57?
Pier 57, in between Little Island and Chelsea Market.
Oh, great location.
Yes, fantastic. Oh, that looks delicious.
Little shrimp, crab, and pasta.
We top it with a little uni on top.
Wow.
Get
All
that
right, Chef
seafood
Andrew
flavor.
Minatelli from Up Corsica. We'll be right back.
Thank you
with
very
Good
much.
Day.
Thank you.
Thank you. All righty, tomorrow on Good Day New York, we're continuing with Special Forces Sean Johnson East and Andrew. Wait.
Yes, Sean Johnson East and her husband, Andrew East. They both were on the show.
Okay.
Andrew used to play in the NFL. We'll talk to him.
You know him?
I don't know him, but I know who he is.
Okay,
We'll find out
tomorrow
more about him, and they're two of the finalists as well.
Okay, great. Fantastic.
And it's not West, it's East.
I follow them on Instagram.
I got to get ready for Sherry Shepherd.
Yeah.
Ah, look at you.
Fun.
Sherry Shepherd's next. Jay had at 11.
And then the noon at noon. You know the routine. Enjoy your day, everybody. Stay warm. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right, good morning. This is Newsroom Live. It is Tuesday, November 18th. Thank you so much for joining us. If you're watching Good Day New York, we very much appreciate you sticking with us on our YouTube channel. Maybe you were watching the Fox Local app, whatever it was, we appreciate you. Of course, if you were watching on YouTube, we have that comment section that's on the side there. So anything that we're talking about today, feel free to chime in. I know a lot of people watch this and they kind of have this up on their computer in the background. Maybe they just want to see what's going on down in Capitol Hill. Maybe they want to see what's going on here in the city. And then something comes up, it catches your eye. And if you want to talk about it, please feel free. This can kind of be like a community where people's voices are heard and we're listening. And that's what this is all about. This is also all about what is happening all across the city and all across the country, and that's why we have our wonderful big board, as we like to call it. You can see we've got these video monitors that are coming in from different locations in the city. You see it says Live View. Live View is what our photographers carry around all throughout the city, and when they go up live, those black monitors go right into what's happening all around the city. We do want to take a look, though, to start with something that affects pretty much everyone, and that's your pocketbook, ELC3. You can see that's right there. Yeah, at the top corner of your screen there, ELC3. That is Wall Street. Oh boy, we are down 567 points already today, 567, 68, you know, it kind of bounces up and down. So what's going on? All right, well, according to CNBC, stocks fell again on Tuesday after tech shares continue to slide on concern about valuations of AI-related stocks and as Bitcoin dropped briefly below $90,000, a sign of reduced risk-taking by investors. Okay, so some of those AI stocks that, you know, we're all thinking about, maybe there could be some concerns, maybe there's something to think about. I know this morning they had some of the issues with the cloud services related to that. A lot of people couldn't use ChatGPT. So anyway, we'll keep an eye on that. Our big board also, we're looking at some of the other issues, of course, down in Washington, D.C. There you go. ELC4. Okay, so ELC4 is going to be very interesting probably in the next 10 minutes or so. That is where House GOP leadership and the weekly press conference with Speaker Mike Johnson, he will be speaking a little later on today. And you can bet He's going to be talking about what is the story of the day. The story of the day is what looks like the House of Representatives will have enough votes to pass the release of the Jeffrey Epstein FBI files, the case files. So much interest, so much intrigue about this. Since we went to that video monitor, our very own Jessica Formoso has walked into our shot. And joining us here on Newsroom Live,
I'm here.
Jessica, I know all morning long you have been tracking what's going on with the Epstein case. It's something, you know, that a lot of people are worried about, concerned about. What are you learning about what's happening and expected to happen today?
So we know about 2 o'clock this afternoon, the House will be voting on this bill to allow the Justice Department to publicly release all its files it has on Jeffrey Epstein. Now, we know that the House will possibly, most likely, I should say, pass this bill overwhelmingly. So it forces the Justice Department to publicly release all its files on Epstein. This all comes after months, as you know, of pressure from Democrats and also some high-profile Republicans.
Marjorie Taylor Greene was one of them over the weekend. Okay,
yes, and we know that she has received criticism from President Trump, saying some not so nice things about her.
Not so nice things this weekend, that's for sure.
Yes.
All right, so then what's next?
So they want these files to be made public. So over the weekend, we heard from President Trump urging Republicans actually to vote in favor of this bill. He says, you know what, it's fine. Make all of these records related to the convicted sex offender public. The president said he would actually sign the bill if it passes both the House and the Senate. So on Truth Social, he took to Truth Social writing, House Republicans should vote to release the Epstein files because we have nothing to hide. The House Oversight Committee can have whatever they are legally entitled to. I don't care. All I do care about is that Republicans get back on point. Now, President Trump has repeatedly said that he knew nothing about Epstein's sex crimes, despite he and Epstein being friends for some time. Now, during his presidential campaign, Trump supported releasing the Epstein files, but then he flipped, calling the investigation a Democrat hoax. Now, last week, we know that Democrats released selected emails suggesting Trump was aware of Epstein's trafficking of girls. Trump, of course, denied any wrongdoing, calling the investigation into Epstein's and the ties to Democrats. So he says, you know what, release everything. Democrats have everything to do with it.
I was going to ask you about that. So essentially what we're saying is here, during the campaign, Trump was like, go ahead. I want to see what's going on. We're open. We want to know what's happening. He gets into the White House. Things sort of change a little bit. There's a lot of headlines. There's a lot of speculation. Sometimes with this, people don't really know what's in there, what's not in there, what's going to happen. Is it going to be bad for Trump? Is it going to be bad for the Clintons, for example, who are often cited? And now, after all this time, he's saying, go ahead, release it. Let's see what's in there. So did he talk about that?
He did talk about it. He says he has nothing to hide, and he's actually saying now this has everything to do with Democrats, nothing to do with him.
Okay, so let's take a listen to what the president is saying about this right now. I think we have that sound. There it is.
We have nothing to do with Epstein. The Democrats do. All of his friends were Democrats. All I want for people to recognize a great job that I've done on pricing, on affordability, because we brought prices way down, but they're going way lower.
Was what he was saying. So if you listen to what he was saying there, he said, I want people to focus on pricing. Okay, so that has nothing to do with it. I want people to focus on what I've been doing in the administration. There are some debates about whether or not prices are going down, inflation is being properly addressed. Not necessarily the discussion that we're having at this time. Because he's saying, I want, this is a distraction. Okay, this is a distraction. This is in the headlines. This is something that's creating, all kind of innuendo and who knows what's there, who knows what's happening. Conclusions that may or may not be true. So let's just get it out there. I think he was feeling a little bit of the pressure maybe because there were some Republicans who, including Marjorie Taylor Greene, were saying, we're going to vote for this anyway.
So and I think that it is when you see members of his own party also calling for these files to be released, there is some pressure there. We know that Marjorie Taylor Greene is actually speaking now also.
Yeah, if we go back to the big board, Dave, you can see her. She is there. Yeah, we're going to the big board here.
This press conference here has to do with the Epstein
files.
We're
not going to listen. We're not going to listen.
She just stepped away anyway.
She just stepped away. But that's Marjorie Taylor Greene. So she is there with many
some
of the
Democrats around.
Elected officials and women who say they are victims of Jeffrey Epstein, and they are speaking. So that's happening. Also, Dave, we jump right back out to our big board. We can see ELC 4 again. If we take a look, that's this
right
one.
there. Yeah,
that's this one right here. So that's where we know that Speaker Mike Johnson will be talking a little later on today. Of course, Mike Johnson essentially had to say, "I'm going to let this vote happen," and and it's something that they kind of slow walked for a while. They recently swore in another representative who was going to tip the scales to help move this along the way
to get these files released.
Right. And so, even though I'm sure his news conference is not intended to be about Jeffrey Epstein,
he's definitely going to be asked about it.
He's going to be asked about it, and
yes.
so when that happens, we want to go in live to it.
And like I said, we know that the House will obviously, it seems like overwhelmingly pass this vote. As for the Senate, you heard there Trump pretty much giving the Senate leaders his blessing, saying yes, bring this up and go ahead and proceed with the vote. So will the Senate take this up? All indication that yes. Anything could happen in Washington because we've seen it. We've seen it all.
Sure have.
So we'll see what happens. But I'm sure we can probably hear from President Trump or the White House later on today.
Some point later today. All right, Jessica, thank you very much. It's about 10:10, so we spent 10 minutes talking about Jeffrey Epstein and what's happening with the release of those files. And so when we have some more information, I'm sure you're going to bring it to us. So thank you very much, Jessica. We appreciate it. All right, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, we want to talk some more about what else is happening down in Washington, D.C. today. Of course, we're tracking a lot of issues here in the city as well. I don't know if you heard about this, but they're doing a reveal of the balloons, some of the new balloons for Thanksgiving, the parade. So we've actually got a camera down where they're going to be doing that. Maybe. So, maybe. Dave just, I don't know if you couldn't hear me turn around. I said maybe. So hopefully we can get that toward the end of the show.
Who's the new character? Do we know?
I think Mario is one of the new characters.
Okay.
And K-pop Demon Hunters.
I was going to say, is
Look
K-pop...
at that.
You know what? Because not that I'm excited. My kid is excited. I'm sure your kids...
If you're watching...
Sabina's probably excited.
If you're watching and, you have kids of a certain age, I'm sure you know.
You know what I'm talking about.
If you're not, well, we're going to find out. All right. Quick break. Jessica, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back. It is Newsroom Live, about 10:14 here on a Tuesday morning. It's a busy day. We've got some issues, of course, we're watching here in the city. Mayor-elect Zoran Mamdani was making some headlines recently, sort of confirming that he is going to be at least making a stronger attempt to make this meeting happen with the White House. I know you were talking about that all morning long, Robert,
yeah.
So that's something that we're definitely keeping track of as well.
Yeah, still no date for that meeting yet, but on Sunday night, just to recap briefly, President Trump said, hey, Mamdani wants to come here to D.C. We'll work something out. I want to see him do well. And then yesterday, Mamdani and his team confirmed that indeed they had reached out to the White House. That outreach had happened over the last week. So we're still waiting for when that meeting in D.C. happens.
Now, I wonder if it's going to be before he's inaugurated January 1st, or sworn in, I should say, or after maybe he's officially the mayor. It seems like it could be before.
I would think before. I would think before.
Right.
I think that politically that would be a good move for him, just to kind of, try to smooth the waters, set the tone, and show New Yorkers that, hey, he's standing up for them, in the face of what he has called an authoritarian in Washington.
Right.
And also trying to extend an olive branch. Ultimately, both the president and the mayor-elect are working for the American people, for New Yorkers, and so it would be in both of their interests, and certainly all of our interests, for them to work together.
All right. So that's a meeting that we think is really a strong possibility of happening at some point. Maybe in the next 6 weeks. Thanksgiving's next week. Next week, right? Yeah, Thanksgiving's next week. And then, of course, we have Christmas, so there's some holidays in between there, but a big chunk of December certainly seems like a possibility. Maybe even next week we'll be watching that. One thing we do know that is going to happen is a very interesting meeting today where the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman, will be meeting with the president probably in the next 45 minutes. I think that there it is, ELC2 is, let me go to the big board and then we'll come back out here. We can see it, ELC2, there we go. Okay, so up in that top corner right there, ELC2 is the White House. And so we think that probably in about 45 minutes, the Crown Prince will be arriving at the White House, and it'll be one of those deals where the president will be waiting outside. They'll come in, they'll do the handshake, they'll wave to the media members or whoever's outside, the photographers, then they'll go inside. And it seems like this is going to be one of those days where they will have sort of like an open media conversation, where they'll probably be open to answering questions. What else do you think we should know about this?
Well, can we step back for a second?
Yeah, let's step back.
This is one of the more intriguing days in Washington that I can remember for a
right,
while.
yeah, okay.
I mean, first of all, you talked about the House vote on the Epstein
Jeffrey
files,
Epstein,
so
right.
you have that. So that's kind of playing out in the background of this. And then you have this meeting with Mohammed bin Salman, MBS, the Crown Prince from Saudi Arabia.
MBS,
it's going to be his first visit here to the U.S. since the Washington Post columnist Jamal Khashoggi was murdered.
Big story.
Back
that
in
happened.
2018, that was.
At that time, Trump, or I should say President Trump, is in office during his first term. And it's at a time when the U.S. and Saudi Arabia and the Trump organization in particular are kind of intertwined in a lot of different ways. What was going on back then? I mean, do you kind of have that Cliff Notes version of what was happening? There was like military sales involved, big deals involved.
Yeah, so the president has made kind of improving relations with Saudi Arabia one of his bigger priorities. The president recently announced that he's agreed to sell the Saudis F-35 fighter jets, which
right.
has implications for the region, for Israel also. The president has said he wants Saudi to join the Abraham Accords, basically, again, trying to promote peace in the region, peace that has been so elusive. So that's kind of one of the strands. Then you have these other strands. The New York Times recently reported
I saw this article, right.
That the Trump organization is in discussions with the Saudi government to bring a Trump property to this huge development, this $60-some billion development.
$63 billion Saudi government mega development. So a project directly linked to the Saudi government. That's a huge project.
And so that combines sort of the president's business interests with political interests, with diplomacy, all these strands coming together. And oh, by the way, there's another subplot here, in my opinion, and that is 9/11 families. 9/11 families have been pressing the president ahead of MBS's visit to hold his feet to the fire.
Because obviously there are connections, I mean, well-proven connections between the 9/11 hijackers, Saudi Arabia, and then all of a sudden we have this cozying relationship, which has always been on relatively good terms, to be honest, with the U.S. and Saudi Arabia. And they're saying this still matters to us.
Yeah, and
of course.
And a judge ruled, I think it was last week, a judge ruled that the case against the Saudi government and 9/11 can move forward.
Oh, really?
So
Okay.
potentially the Saudis could be held accountable for their alleged role in helping the 9/11 hijackers. At one point, a couple of the hijackers were helped with an apartment.
Yeah.
There are multiple, as you said, pretty well proven connections between the Saudi government and these hijackers. Go ahead.
It's a meeting we're thinking is going to happen probably in about 40 minutes, and so we're going to get some information about that. I wanted to take a quick break because I know this is something that you're aware of as well. I just saw it pop up on our big board. Dave, can we go back up to the wide shot here? So if you go up to the wide shot, ELC 1, you can see that is Congressman Mike Lawler. I just caught this out of the corner of my eye, and he's remembering Sid Davidoff, right? A heavyweight in New York City politics for years and years and years. So I just want to take a listen in. We weren't planning to do this. This is something that just popped up. Dave, do you mind to take this full so we can kind of hear what he's saying?
And Citron. At Tappan Zee High School in Orangetown, who recently announced his retirement after an extraordinary 22 years of leading the Dutchman. During his tenure, Coach Gain built one of the most respected basketball programs in the region, guiding his teams to an impressive 301-47 loss record, 4 Section 1 titles, 2 Rockland County championships, and the 2023 New York State Class A crown. His leadership, discipline, and passion for the game inspired not only his players, but the entire Tappan Zee community. In addition to his success as a coach, Coach Gaines served as a physical education teacher at Tappan Zee, shaping generations of students with his commitment to excellence, integrity, and personal.
All right, so again, that was Congressman Mike Lawler. We kind of jumped in just a second too late. He was remembering Sid Davidoff, a well-known political figure in the New York area. Then he jumped to a coach that obviously is very important up in his region. And the Congressman Mike Lawler, just to kind of move all around some of the different issues that we talk about here on Newsroom Live. One of the benefits of being on this broadcast is we're able to kind of like, oh, this is happening, let's go with the flow.
Freewheeling.
And that's why it's great when you're here, Robert, because you're a man of many talents and much knowledge. And you just mentioned to me that there is something significant when it comes to Mike Lawler. Not just because he's the congressman, obviously representing that district, but also because he's not running for governor.
Right.
And what do we think about that? What do we know about that?
Well, so President Trump basically convinced him to stay out of the race for governor, not run for governor. Instead, Elise Stefanik is running for the Republican nomination for governor, taking on Governor Kathy Hochul next year in the 26 election. But I wanted to bring that, when I saw Lawler, I wanted to bring this up because there's an interesting poll out today. If you give me a second, it's from Siena College came out with a poll today.
Just today?
Just this morning, 5:30 this morning, and it shows that Hochul has a fairly significant lead over Stefanik in a head-to-head matchup.
Okay, interesting.
She leads. Hochul leads Stefanik by 20 points.
That's significant.
That is, so it's down a little bit from her. I think her previous lead was 24 points in the last Siena poll. But when I saw 20 points, that's pretty big. And I think the narrative we hear often is that Hochul's been kind of a weak governor and she's vulnerable, and maybe she is. But this poll would seem to suggest that Stefanik isn't as strong of a candidate than she would like you to believe.
All right, so that poll's just out today. We hit a lot of topics: the Saudi prince, Mike Lawler. We saw exactly what you're talking about here. Robert, thank you. I want to take a quick break, and then when we come back, we're going to jump into that news conference that's happening on ELC 4. We do have to hit this break. So, Robert, you're the man. Thank you very much.
Have a good one.
All right, welcome back. 10:26 here on a Tuesday morning. You can see we're taking a look at our big board. We got all the video elements that are coming into the city out of Washington, D.C. Two things we're watching. Look at Wall Street, down 488 points. Part of that is a tech slide due to some of the AI stocks not hitting their marks. But also, we're looking at ELC4. And so ELC4 is House Speaker Mike Johnson, who is speaking ahead of the all-important Jeffrey Epstein vote. Let's take a listen to what he's talking about.
Clearly what they've been trying to do. They're trying to attack President Trump. This is what they've done. They weaponized the justice system over the last several years to go after him, and this is their latest attempt. And they don't have a platform or a principle to defend on the Democrat Party side, so they put all their eggs in this basket. And that's why you hear endlessly about Epstein, Epstein, Epstein. Everything's about Epstein. Now, this was an unspeakable tragedy, we said that. And we have great compassion for the victims. And I'm heartened that I met with the victims. Our House Oversight Committee members met with the victims, and they deserve justice. It has been too long delayed. Not just justice for what they were made to endure, but also we need answers on why it took so long for the Department of Justice itself to do that job under previous leadership. Republicans, meanwhile, are working in earnest to deliver transparency to the American people, and we're working to do that in a responsible manner that does no further harm to these innocent people and the victims who have been wrapped into this. There are a few key facts here that everybody needs to understand. First, I mentioned the House Oversight Committee doing its work. That is a bipartisan effort. They are already producing far more than the discharge petition even anticipates. Chairman Comer is our chair of oversight. Some of the biggest bulldogs in Congress serve on that committee, you all know, and I've mentioned this so many times. They have been, on the Republican and Democrat side, they're deeply dug in. They've been working around the clock. They worked even through the government shutdown, and there were tranches of documents that were released even over that period. So far, by last count, it's over 65,000 documents, Epstein file documents, that are now out in the public for everyone to review. That includes tens of thousands of pages from the Epstein estate. And that includes Epstein's flight logs, his personal financial records and ledgers, his daily calendars, and so much more. And none of that is even written or included in the discharge petition. So in other words, the Oversight Committee is doing far more than the discharge even anticipates, and the most valuable information thus far has come from the Epstein estate files. That was produced because of the work of the Oversight Committee that is doing that in a professional, robust manner, using the full subpoena authority of the U.S. Congress. From the very beginning, our side has been insistent that this matter must be handled very carefully and with utmost caution and care for the victims. We want maximum transparency. We have always been about that. We want every single person who had any scintilla of evidence that they were involved in the Epstein evils, they need to be brought to justice, and it should have been done a long time ago. We need to find out who those people are. But in the meantime, you have to remember there are real people's, innocent people's lives at stake here, and young victims who don't want to be dragged into this political game because it could hurt further what they've already endured. They would be made to suffer more harm if Congress is not careful in what we're doing. And unlike our very important work that's underway in the House Oversight Committee, the Democrat-led discharge petition would carelessly dump thousands of documents without proper protections for the innocent. I brought a chart in here this morning. I want to illustrate for you what we are concerned with. Now, I was a federal court litigator. The members of our House Judiciary Committee, Republicans in particular, have many of these concerns. You have Chairman Jim Jordan and attorneys like Chip Roy, who's running for Attorney General of Texas now. You have Brad Knott, who's a former federal prosecutor, many members on the committee. Andy Biggs is running for governor of Arizona. They're lawyers, and they understand that the way the discharge petition was drafted is haphazard and dangerous. This is why we have been opposed to this point, okay? And I could be here for a long time going through all the details of it, but the big concern we've all had all along is that the House bill, if it's passed in its current form and it was signed into law, it is dangerously flawed. And our problem and our frustration is there's no way for us in the House to amend it or correct these problems because the authors of the discharge will not allow it. And that's one of our great frustrations. Let me just very quickly, we have a legal document that the lawyers, we have all drafted to explain all this, but let me give you quick maybe the top 5
All right,
concerns
so we're
about it,
listening
and there are
to
more.
House Speaker
But
Mike
as
Johnson
drafted,
ahead of the Epstein vote that is supposed to happen a little later on. You can see he's kind of going through some of the points of the reasons why at least he or some of the other Republicans have been hesitant. You can see what he's got there. Victim privacy. He says the files do not adequately protect the victims. Innocent people who may be named, maybe there's just sort of collateral damage where your name is in an email, maybe there's something that doesn't necessarily mean that you are guilty of anything, but maybe a guilty by association problem. Then you have the child sexual abuse materials, self-explanatory. Future investigations, maybe there's already investigation that could be happening that could be jeopardized by the release of some of those files. So yeah, the one other thing, declassification is the other issue that he had there. So anyway, this is House Speaker Mike Johnson. Usually around 10:30 we like to take a break because then we come back and we talk a little bit about weather. So the House Speaker was talking a little too long. We told you we didn't want to miss it, so we had him there. And when we come back, Mike Woods is not here. Mike Woods is upstairs, and he's not going to come down here. So we went to him, and we want to let you know what's happening with the weather because he's got some very interesting details that he wants to tell us. So we'll be right back. All right, welcome back. We just had a quick little break there, and we wanted to take a breather. And we also want to take a look outside. Maybe you haven't had a chance to head outdoors yet, but if you do, it's going to be a cold one out there today. We are taking a live look at Times Square. It's a little busy, Times Square. What a spot to be. It's going to be the place to be over the next 6 weeks or so. Of course, we got the New Year's Eve ball drop. Can you believe it's almost 2026? We are closer to that than a lot of people feel comfortable with as we kind of spin around and look at some of the other cameras that we're following and tracking. Mike Woods would normally be here right now for this part of the show, and he would be giving us his weather forecast as we take a live look at Lower Manhattan. But they're taping a weather special upstairs in the studio, so instead we went to him. While he was doing his broadcast, we had to be very quiet, and then we talked to him about what's happening in his little area. It's a look. People don't get to see what's happening at Mike Woods' desk. Go ahead.
Show you what's going on here in the tri-state region. We do have a clear sky here right now, and yeah, it looks like we got a storm on the way, but it's bringing most of its rain down to the south of us, and it looks like we are going to see perhaps some solid showers, or at least for a short while tomorrow morning. But yeah, right now we're okay. We got a sunny sky, some very cold temperatures, 38 degrees Central Park, 39 for you out at Newark, 32 degrees in Monticello, and the wind is coming in from the west at around 10 to 18 miles per hour, so it's a decent little breeze, but not as as
us
windy
in
as what
just a
we had
minute here,
yesterday, but it does make it
as
feel
he
a
was
little bit
talking
colder
here,
than it
we had to
actually
kind
is.
of give him a
But
little
as the day
space
goes on, we'll
because
start
he's
off with
doing
the
his
sunshine,
broadcast.
but the
This
clouds
was
start building
during the
in.
regular
Rain
segment
chances. I don't
of
think
Good
there's
Day
really
New
much
York.
of anything going
Dave,
on
I don't know if we
today,
can
but
sort of
later on this
scroll
evening
ahead on this
tonight,
clip
yes,
while
we
we're
are
like
looking at,
rolling it,
good
just till we
shot
get.
of showers.
Yeah,
We'll
let's
talk
do it.
about
Let's
it.
scroll ahead just a little. There we go. Okay, all right. Mike's talking real
Rain's on
fast.
by,
Okay, he's
but,
going to talk.
yeah,
Let's
looks
go.
like we'll
Move
have
it
a couple
ahead a
of
little
dry
bit
days
more. A little
once
bit
we get
more.
through the rainfall,
We'll
but
go ahead
let's
just
be
a
put
little
out
bit
by-
more on this. Okay, there. All right, now here we go. Now Mike's ready. Now we're ready to talk to Mike. Here we
There's
go.
the forecast from behind the scenes. What's going on, Mike? Not too much. How are you?
How are we looking today with the weather?
We're looking.
Do we still pretty quiet because Inez is doing her thing?
Inez is sitting here live on the air right now, so I'm going to try to be courteous to her for once.
Okay. Just this one time.
This is the Weather Center here, Dan. Welcome to my little office.
Thank you. This is your space?
This is my space over
Okay,
here.
okay.
I just finished up with the forecast, as you just saw.
How are we feeling today?
And actually, it feels pretty good. We got the sunshine out there right now. It started off a little bit chilly this morning, but as we get deeper into the afternoon, clouds are building back in, and we get set up for some rain tomorrow morning. When we come into work tomorrow morning, it's going to be a little damp for you. Because, see, sometimes my co-workers, my colleagues, they don't listen to me. I tell them the forecast like 15, 20 times. And they don't listen. Nobody wants to listen to me. So
I feel like you're a little looser up here in your area today, Mike. When we're down in the newsroom.
you walked into my
I walked into your space.
neighborhood, and this is what's going to happen.
So what's
here.
going on in your computers over here? What's going on in your fancy settings?
These are basically the computers that allow us to get the whole weather story on the air. And of course, they're attached to all sorts of other weather service information that allows us to kind of dig deeper into the whole forecast, what goes on. Like I've got different models here. Let me sit down and show you some of the pages that I look at when I'm going into the whole business here. Oh, here's the National Weather Service page. I was looking to see how much rain we have received so far this month. 34.8 inches of rain, almost 9 inches behind. So I have pages like that, as well as what's called Weather Bell.
This looks
this is
very
fancy stuff.
Yeah, this looks fancy.
Don't look too hard. Don't get too crazy with it. But it allows me to kind of step through. This is tonight's storm. There's the rain. Swing it to the south of us. It's right here, and it's rain here. But look at, there's a little bit of snow up in here in northern tier counties. This is tonight, so you might get some wet snowflakes come tomorrow morning.
Depending on where you're north and west?
North
Is it the
and
north
west.
and west of the city situation?
But you know how it is. You start heading into the suburbs, like New Jersey
get a little
or up
piece.
into the lower Hudson Valley, you might get a few wet snowflakes, but we don't really talk about it too much because people will start to lose their mind.
So the 7 day, we don't look too bad.
Yeah.
We look okay.
We're in pretty good shape. The forecast for us all together, after we get through tonight's quick showers, about 1/10 to 1/4 of an inch of rain comes through. Then we got a dry sky for you. It's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Friday night, it looks like another little nighttime shower situation coming through for us. Then the weekend, hey, partly cloudy to mainly sunny, highs in low 50s.
That's not bad.
It's about where we should be this time of the year, Dan. So we got all the good stuff all set up for us here. We just gotta, get through this little nighttime shower, and then we're good.
So the reason why we're up here today is because you guys are taping a weather special.
Yes.
What's up with that?
So tonight we're working on putting together, it's called Weather Extremes. We do it every winter to kind of like put a little preview.
They're coming back on. Okay, look, they're coming back on here.
See, hopefully this microphone picks us up nice and solid, but doesn't interfere with whatever it is they go. They always disrespect me over there anyway. They don't disrespect me, but sometimes they get a little loud.
I know, we get a little sassy around here.
Yeah.
But we got the weather special, the weather extreme.
Weather Extremes comes on, I believe it's Thanksgiving evening that we have it going on, but we kind of get the work in ahead of time. Hard to believe that Thanksgiving is only a week away, a week and a couple days.
I think we're going to be checking out the new balloon reveal.
Oh, yeah. Some of the behind the scenes things that are going on for us.
We're going to talk about that.
Yep.
But I think now we could take a quick break.
All right. Well, thanks for coming up to my office.
Thanks, Mike.
Coming over, here's some snacks over here. You're known to
you
go
got the snacks.
get
Okay,
in on
let's
our
go
snacks.
let's go check out the snacks, and then we're going to go to the commercial break. All right, it is about 10:42, and we are Newsroom Live. We are live in our newsroom. We're watching everything that's happening for you all across the tri-state area and out in Washington, D.C. You can see our big board here as we take a look around at what's happening down in Washington, of course, where today they will be voting to release the Epstein files, those controversial files. Let's take a listen to House Speaker Mike Johnson was just talking. Another representative has now, this is on the Republican side, so another representative has now stepped up to the podium. Let's see if she's chiming in on what's going on down in D.C.
Shutdown never stopped us. The countless witch hunts against President Trump never stopped us either. And the latest discharge petition is just another Democrat distraction. And I can assure you that won't stop us either, because the American people actually expect us to do our jobs and not to
All right, so you hear that is the House GOP leadership giving their weekly press conference. And so a lot of them are critical about this vote that has to happen. But again, President Trump has given his support to the measure, or at least he has said it's okay for Republican rank and file to go ahead and vote to release those files. So that is expected to happen. The measure needs a 2/3 majority in the House to pass. Republican support is expected now that President Donald Trump has sort of weighed in. He has changed his mind, where before he was saying this is not relevant, we don't need to vote on this, forget about it. Well, now he's saying you should go ahead and vote. So we wanted to talk to kind of an outside voice. So we've been hearing from a lot of the elected officials who are involved in this, whether it's the president, whether it's the Republican leadership, the Democrats who are involved here. We wanted an outside voice, a political expert, as you may call it, to kind of give us a real sense of, like, what does this mean? Why should I care about this? Well, you hear about these Epstein files, like, what does this matter to me? Why do I care about this? So we checked in with David Bertzel. If you watched our broadcast over the last 10 years or so, David is just one of the smartest political people in the business. He's down at Kane University over in New Jersey. And so let's take a listen to what he says. First, we're going to have three different elements that we're going to listen to here. The first one is, how did we get here and what does this mean? David, take it away.
Well, the president clearly saw the writing on the wall. The American people want these files released. Many members of his own base want them released. Remember that he campaigned on the idea of releasing the Epstein files. This was one of his themes. And once he got into office, he reversed course sharply and said that there was nothing to see here. Remember Pam Bondi's testimony last February, suggesting that there was quite a lot to see, but then she reversed course as well. So this actually stoked a good deal of dissension in some of the hitherto most fiercely loyal segments of the MAGA base, and that just metastasized over the course of the summertime and into the fall. So it really, particularly with the seating of the new representative Grijalva from Arizona, it became impossible to stand against the flood, and they didn't want to make this seem like a couple of Republicans. I'm thinking of Nancy Mace and Lauren Boebert, previously very reliable MAGA votes, voting to open this up and send it to the Senate. But now the floodgates are open, and it looks like the Senate is likely to pass a motion to disclose all the Epstein files as well.
All right, so that was David Bertzel sort of giving us the zoom out reason why this matters, why it's important, sort of how we got here. One thing to remember is that the president has not been accused of any wrongdoing. He is mentioned in these emails. And so some of these emails have already leaked out from some of the committees that have been involved with this. The full batch of these documents are expected to be released today, a little later on. But the president does appear in these first couple of messages that have been sent out. We wanted to know a little bit more about what context that has to this larger investigation. David, I asked him about that as well, or we asked him about that. Let's take a listen.
Absolutely. That's the question that's open. And one of the things that those emails suggested does not, exactly as you said, Teresa, it does not accuse the president of having participated in any untoward behavior with the young women that Jeffrey Epstein abused, but it does strongly suggest that he knew about it and makes reference to his spending hours with one of the victims, presumably talking about those situations, or at least theoretically, hypothetically, talking about those situations. So there's a lot that remains to be clarified. There will be questions for the president. Whether he will choose to answer those or not is very much in doubt. And remember, too, that there's also the little matter of Ghislaine Maxwell languishing right now in a relatively cushy minimum security prison in Texas, where she has allegedly been receiving quite favorable treatment in contrast to some of her fellow inmates. And that is a potential source of testimony down the line that I believe lots of people in the Trump administration would like to forestall.
All right, so you heard David Bertzel there talking a little bit more about where Trump appears in those emails, what it means, is it good, is it bad, what is it all about. He also talked about Ghislaine Maxwell, of course, obviously linked to Jeffrey Epstein, his girlfriend, the woman who was behind a lot of these meetings, these setups when it comes to these underage girls. She's serving her time in prison. There's been some debate about whether or not she's going to receive a federal pardon. That's a discussion for a different day. What we do want to talk about here at the end of this follow-up to the Epstein files that will be released a little later on this afternoon, what does this mean for the Trump base, for the supporters of the MAGA movement? Because this has been something that really has fractured this group of supporters from the inside. Because on the campaign trail, Trump ran on the possibility of releasing these files, transparency, openness. And now, after all this, it appears we will get this. But part of the reason why the president has changed his mind and said you can vote for this is because there was this civil war, including Marjorie Taylor Greene, who's one of the representatives and a strong Trump supporter, who's also been a strong advocate for releasing these files. So what does this mean for the MAGA movement as a whole, David? Let's listen.
It is absolutely impacting the base. It is absolutely a wedge issue in MAGA. The president's support for the release of the documentation may go some way to addressing that fracture. But if the documentation that is released shows a tighter relationship between the president, makes more clear than the materials released so far do, to show that he knew what was going on. That's one of the questions. And one of the questions is behavior. Was he involved in any way? So far, there's no indication that that is the case. But if you knew about it and did nothing to stop it, including during your first term as president, including having all of the tools of the Justice Department at your disposal to take action, why did that not happen? And that's going to be the next wave, I suspect, of questions, not only from Democrats who are opposed to this administration, but from loyalists in the MAGA movement who were very, very concerned about this and have been for years.
All right, David Bertzel, one of the smartest political minds that we have around. Thank you so much for your insight on that. Do you feel smarter? I feel smarter. I feel more informed about what's going on with the Epstein files and basically what it means for the administration and for so many people in Washington. All right, when we come back, we're going to do something a little bit different. Can you punch up Live View 4, Dave? Can you do that? Can we punch up Live View 4? Look at that. Are we having fun yet? Okay, we are inside the balloon reveal for, yeah, it's that time of year. The Thanksgiving Day parade is going to happen. You can see the reporters are getting all set up. Where's that guy going? What's he walking around? What's he doing? Oh, they're going to shoot something. They're going to shoot a little, that's what you call a stand-up. Anyway, I don't want to spy on my fellow reporters. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, Briella Tomasetti, she's one of our smartest reporters, and she's got some details about what's going on down there. All right, it's 10:53. We are rounding out the end of our hour here on Newsroom Live. Hope you got some good information about all the different issues that we're talking about. Epstein files, that's ELC4. The stock market down about 589 points. That is ELC3 right above my head right there. Yeah, there we go, right there. But now we're going to try to lighten things up, because usually at the end of a broadcast, whether it's a streaming broadcast or a news broadcast, we like to kind of lighten the mood a little bit. So Briella, are you going to help us lighten the mood?
This is kind of the kicker, right? That's what we call it in news?
This is the kicker
Oh,
story.
this is the best thing. We've been waiting all year for this.
So you were just telling me that you used to watch the Thanksgiving Day Parade, and you've covered it, but you've never been.
Never been, but this is a cool story. My mom's uncle, who sadly passed away, but he had a beautiful, beautiful apartment on Central Park West.
Okay.
So she would go every year as a kid, and they had that's top tier
so
real
cool.
estate.
That is so cool.
Anybody wants to be in that spot.
That's so cool.
Watching, you don't have to be in the crowd, because just to get through, even as a reporter, it doesn't matter what kind of media credentials or past you have, to kind of navigate your way through that massive group of onlookers is difficult.
So earlier today, I asked you if you wanted to have some fun with us.
I'm here,
and
having
you said
fun.
yes. So we're
Let's
going to go to Live View 4, where our esteemed
wow.
colleague Paul Zimmerman is inside this location, and I need to double check exactly where this location is.
It's in
it's
New Jersey.
Moonachie, New Jersey. Okay, so it's down in Jersey, a warehouse there, where they're getting some of the floats and balloons ready for the Thanksgiving Day Parade. And some of this is new. So you got some information about some of the new items that they have.
Let's see what we got here. So, I mean, that's just the Macy's balloon right over there, but I'll go through some of the new floats. You got the balloons and the floats, two different things, you know?
Yes.
Balloons are up above you, the floats are parading kind of down the street. I think there are 7 new floats. One of them is a Lego float. We've got Counting Sheep's Dream Generator.
Counting Sheep's Dream. Oh, look, wait, stop.
Wait,
stop, Paul. That would be the Lego float. I recognize some Legos.
Oh, see?
I recognize Legos when I see them.
All those kids.
So these. The cool thing here is that these. If you're watching the parade, you're going to see these. But the good news is here on Newsroom Live, this is the very first time anyone in New York, the greater tri-state area, who hasn't produced these things themselves, is getting a chance to look at this. This is one of the beautiful things about what we get to do here.
One of the questions that I would have asked if I was there today is, what do they do with do they retire some of the old floats to get these new ones in and the new balloons, or do they keep building on their fleet?
Is there a float hall of fame? Is that what you're asking me?
Right.
I don't know.
Where do they put them? Do they pop them? I don't know. All right, let's keep going though.
So that's the Lego one, okay?
What do we have
and this
here?
one, I'm not sure
Holland.
which one that is. You see?
Oh, here we go. The Lands of Glaciers, Wildlife, and Wonder.
Lands of Glaciers,
Featuring
Wildlife, and Wonder.
the largest kinetic sculpture in parade history.
Okay, so
That's
I think
cool.
that's on top.
Okay.
And let's see, what do we got over there? That's this. Is that the boat one? Do you see a boat on there? I think that's this one right here.
That's the top one. All right. That's the Bricktastic.
The
right?
Bricktastic? Is
Winter
that what that
Mountain.
is?
That looks about right. But the big talkers are the Labubus, the K-pop Demon Hunters.
Those are the balloons?
Yeah.
Paul, do you see any K-pop Demon Hunter balloons? Shake yes.
Let's see.
Nod no. Do you see any of those?
Night music shows.
If we go over a little bit, I'm not sure what that one is, but that looks pretty cool. That's the
that's the
Serta.
sheep. That's the counting sheep. You see, it
That's
looks
the
like it's
counting
kind of like a
sheep.
dream catcher thing.
Oh, I do see that.
Like
Okay.
hypnosis.
That's nice.
Is that?
Because what they're going to be doing here a little later on. is-
Labubus.
There's the Labubu.
That's them. There they are. Friendsgiving in Pop City by Labubu and Makoto. Makoto? Both 16-foot tall, fuzzy, inflatable sculptures. You got to know what a Labubu is now. Everybody does.
Yes.
Taking the world by
Do
storm.
you have one?
No.
Did you
People
see-
have the Lafufus.
Yeah, there's one of the tennis players. I think it's Naomi Osaka. Is it Osaka? Who had it with her at the U.S. Open, and she had a different one
Every single time.
during
And
it.
they're like really pricey
It
too,
may
right?
not have been Osaka. It was one of the top tennis players there. All right, so that's the Labubu. And
Labubus.
K-pop Demon Hunters.
Now, I don't know if they're afloat or
I think
if
that's a
they're
balloon. That's a balloon.
They're
Okay,
a balloon,
so
right?
Maybe that's not going to be.
We
a
might
part of
not
this.
see that, but that's, I think, the most anticipated one of this year because you had
K-pop Demon
that
Hunters?
that release, that single golden.
Golden?
Yeah, huge.
Oh, look at this, look at this.
Oh, what do we got here?
Paul, what do you got?
Stranger Things. I forgot about
Stranger
that
Things
one.
5? You have some
yeah,
information
let's
about
see.
that on your
Hold
hot
on. It is Upside Down Invasion. The The menacing, you know, the Demogorgon. Now, I've seen Stranger Things. I love Stranger Things. Isn't a new season coming out?
Well, I think that's Stranger Things season 5, which would be the finale.
You said I'm the smartest reporter. I see.
Oh, look! Can you
look at that? Look at that.
Paul, can you show us? Oh, look! There's.
Do we have a Demogorgon in there?
No, you know how in the show they are sort of working on some kind of nuclear reactor.
Right, right, and they do those flashbacks.
Yeah, it kind of like they open up a portal, and that's where the Demogorgon. What is the Demogorgon? Demogorgon. That's where they come from.
Get it right.
Sorry, and then so in the front,
there he is. Oh, he's so freaky.
There's the Demogorgon. Look at that! This is the first time like anyone in New York is getting a chance to look at that. That is amazing.
Look at the animatronics,
I think that's
right?
Is that a guy or is that an animatronic?
Oh my God! That's a person. That's a person.
Is that a real person? Okay.
I don't know. No, I don't know.
It could be an animatronic.
It's going like.
Paul, shake your head yes or no. Is that an animatronic yes or a person no?
No, it can't be a person.
Oh wow! Look at that thing. So Stranger Things. This is what they're battling there. This is very cool.
This is awesome.
And that's kind of getting us toward the end of our little broadcast here.
Yeah, it's connecting with the younger generation. You got to keep up with what they watch now. It used to just be
true.
Sesame Street, Barney.
Oh, he said yes.
Oh,
yes,
yeah.
It's an animatronic.
It is. I knew it.
Okay, cool. All right, so we got 15 seconds.
Awesome.
Dave, let's just drop Brielle and I. Thank you so much, Brielle. This
was
so
of course.
Fun.
Yep.
No.
Thanks for watching Fox 5's Newsroom Live. We're now joining Live Now's non-stop stream of live and breaking news.
People, and they deserve better, and we're going to deliver better for American families. And finally, today we released the calendar for next year, so I know you're all interested in what that's going to be. We're going to have a very busy agenda next year. We're going to continue to deliver here in this Congress for American families. We've got a lot to do this year, and we're going to be doing a lot more this year. But we're also going to have a very busy agenda next year.